Hypocrisy.
Your Honor, I'm pretty sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm gonna mistrial my foot up your ass. You don't shut up.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And Christmas is coming. Kim Potter is guilty. The trial is over. Everything's over. It is, man, it's Friday. Nope. It's Thursday. Ooh, I'm exhausted after the Potter trial. Come on. Mic stand can eat a bullet. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, anyway, hi, guys. Hey, hi. It is, it's an interesting day. It's an interesting day because, yeah, Kim Potter was found guilty by a jury in Minnesota. I don't know if they're supposed to be allegedly competent, and maybe it's not their fault. I mean, maybe the charges just were not properly explained to them, but they have come to the improper legal conclusion. And I know that's, I mean, it's easy to say or whatever, right? But there's a couple important things about that. Time for some mild doom pilling. A lot of people have been asking about appeals. Appeals in criminal trials are really, really hard. Really, really hard to win. I mean, they have a couple arguments, but it's unlikely. It is an unlikely thing for a court to overturn a jury verdict. So that's the big problem, is that you've got 12 people who decided the facts of the case. Now, are there grounds for a mistrial? Are there grounds for dismissal? Sure. You've had a couple indications of what they think, right? They moved for mistrial, I think, 3 times during the case, and they will be likely appealing those decisions, all of them together. They will likely also be appealing on the grounds of the improper jury instructions by or not the improper jury instructions, the improper closing argument by Matthew Frank. I mean, that's the gist of it. But as Branca says, appeals are for losers. That means you lost. In a criminal case, that means you sit in prison while you wait for your appeal, which could be a year. It could be 2 years. By the time Kim Potter's appeal is ultimately denied, I mean, we'll probably move long past coverage of it. If I'm aware of it, if something happens, I will gladly cover it, but I don't know that there's going to be much to cover. Appeals are really tough under normal circumstances. They're a lot tougher when you have a jury verdict. So that being said, it's a rough day for her. The consolation. I mean, the one thing is, at the end of the day, I mean, everybody knows what she did was wrong. And you do have someone who did something wrong being punished. Is the punishment justice? I don't think so. I don't think so. And the fact that they found her guilty on manslaughter 1 and 2 just meant they really wanted that bitch to go to prison. And that's what they wanted. That's what the jury was after. And someone light sentence, unlikely. Guideline sentence, maybe, which is 86 months, I think, is the presumptive guideline sentence. Could be a little less, could be a little more, could be up to 103 or down to like 72. But you're talking 6 to 7 years. You're talking of 6 to 7 years that she'll be in prison. The good news for her is it's not, I mean, she's old, but she's not that old. But, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's life-shattering. But she, I mean, at the end of the day, and this was the hard part of her case, is that she did something really, really wrong. Really, really dumb. And what was that? What was it, you ask? Was it grabbing the gun? Was it shooting Dante right? No, it was yelling taser. Dumbest thing she did was yell taser, taser, taser. She would just pull that gun out and said, "Freeze, motherfucker," and shot him. Dead. No problem. Probably justified. Actually, almost guaranteed justified. And the officers in Minnesota, I mean, two things. Two things. If you're a cop in Minnesota, I don't see why you ever carry a taser again. If you're a cop in Minnesota, I don't see why you carry a taser again. And if you're not a cop in Minnesota, woe betide those who get pulled over from now on. Because you may not be getting a taser. You'll get a little unruly. You better be on your damn behavior. Be on your best behavior, because I don't think those cops are going to tase you. So it's a tough one, but that's how it goes, right? That's how it goes. And sometimes you get a just result, sometimes you don't. And yeah, you guys all get to make fun of me for saying, hey guys, don't worry, this jury might not be terrible. Go ahead. Diamond Duck, I already checked for Vic. You would already know if there's Vic news. You would already know. There's no Vic news. But yeah. They're now able to drive off. Well, yeah, the criminals will drive off. People who aren't criminals, but maybe are just having a bad day, you might end up with some bullets in you. And then, of course, the problem that you'd have there is that, I mean, that cop may go to prison too, but you're still dead. My lateness. It's not my lateness. I knew about Vic at 9:31 p.m. But but that being said, it is over now. I've been wanting it to be over. In hindsight, I feel a little bad wanting the verdict watch to end today. I wish I would have wanted it to end Monday, so she could have at least gotten to spend time with her family. So I take full responsibility for that. It was my selfishness. It was my fatigue that's why she's guilty today. So that's why she's guilty today instead of Monday. But that being said, them's the ropes. This is how the law works. And I got a couple comments and messages about people saying, You know, it's hard following these trials and getting kind of attached to the people in them. It's like, yeah, that's drama, right? Like that's reality TV. That's what always was enticing about the idea of reality TV. I mean, almost none of it was real, but you're building the storyline of reality. Well, court is reality TV because the court, you know, that is reality. I mean, it's a lie on Judge Judy. It's a lie on the People's Court. It's a lie on Judge Joe Brown or whatever. But the real court, that's people's lives. It's at their worst. It's at their worst points in their lives. That's something I've said before. That's the thing with being an attorney is you meet people at the worst point that they may ever be at. For Kim Potter, I'm sure, you know, this has been the absolute worst time of her life, other than the next 6 years or whatever is going to probably match it. So with that said, we're not going to focus too much on Kim Potter. B-Man, I think in the chat there, asked me to go over the recklessness, the first and second degrees. Do you guys want me to do that? I mean, I kind of did it in a video earlier today. Do you want me to talk about that? I don't know if that's what people want. No. Move on. No. Okay, good. Perfect. That is like the most unanimous poll I've ever seen. That's amazing. So perfect. Good. I didn't really want to do it anyway. You can watch Nate's video on it. You can watch my video on it. They both approach things from a little bit different perspective. Watching both of them would be there's not overlap between Nate's video and my video. Nate's video is very, very good. Very, very good. So I would humbly suggest checking out my video on the Kim Potter verdict, how the jury got it wrong legally, and then check out the Nate the lawyer's video on it, because he offers an explanation and some good visuals about the difference between negligence and recklessness. So good stuff all around. So check those out if you want an explanation. What are we going to do tonight? I actually have no idea. Jan Campbell says Kurt and Nick's vids are too verbose. What do you mean? Too many words? Too many words? Oh my gosh. Mark Richards. Maybe a Mark Richards palate cleanser would be good. Take your swing. By the way, I am definitely, you know what, Attorney Tom, not all of us can just sit there and go, a meme and make 400,000 views. Okay. Not everybody is that talented. All right. Wow. A meme. You lucky bastards. Some of us have to add verbosity. Some of us have to add a lexicon and verisimilitude. Words. Words. Antonio G says, you're going to take time off until January. I mean, I'm still going to do the normal show at night. Tomorrow, there will not be a day show. Tomorrow, there will not be a day show because tomorrow is my daughter's birthday. She's the unlucky sap born on Christmas Eve. So there will not be a day show tomorrow because I'll be, we'll be doing family activities. for that. But I believe we should still have a nighttime show tomorrow. We should also have a nighttime show on Christmas. I think we will. I tend to do nighttime shows on holidays because I know there's a bunch of people out there who don't always have the ability to get back home to friends or family and don't always have someone to spend the holiday with. So I like to make a little space where you can come and be with some familiar people. So I tend to do those. So I'll be doing those nighttime streams tomorrow and on Christmas Day, Christmas night. And then, Monday, the streams will be back to normal. Normal for people who don't remember, because it's been like 3 weeks. No, longer than 3 weeks. Normal daytime streams start at 1 p.m. Central. It's like a 2 to 3 hour daytime show and then the 3 hour nighttime show. So 1 to 4-ish Central Time, and then 11 to 2 a.m. Central Time. And that's, that's what you can find and expect normally. I'm going to try and get some interviews lined up, both legal and non-legal for the either the daytime or the nighttime shows. Get some variety in. That was the thing with Rittenhouse and with Potter. There's so much hyper focus on these cases, which is great for the case and everybody following along. But at the same time, it's hard to, follow everything else and to get interviews in and to talk to people and stuff. So, there's a bunch of people I like to talk to, and I would love to do that. So there's that. We'll probably have a painting stream for some minis and stuff like that coming up in the near future. When will Kyle Rittenhouse be on the channel? You know what? I would expect never. I think that's maybe the message I'm getting, because I am not getting responses from Kyle's team. And I would love to talk to him. I think my questions for him are going to be way different than a lot of the other interviews that he's done. But that's that. So, Attorney Tom, I only play 4-dimensional chess. So, but I mean, I'm still trying, right? Still trying to get Kyle on the show. I have not given up. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. So he seems to, he's mentioned the show on the live streams, but I doubt it's entirely up to him. So that being said, I don't think Richards and Sharafi are on Kyle's team. I mean, they're criminal defense lawyers. I maybe they're handling some of the civil stuff, but I would doubt it, honestly. The hell was that? Okay. But anyway, we'll see. Looking into that, I am trying to get a personal contact to Earl Grey, working on that. I think an interview with him might be really interesting now to see kind of what their plans are. But, they're going to be very busy in January, so I don't know if he'll be able to spare any time. It all depends on if I can get that connection to him. If I can, I will try to do it. I'm trying to get a warm handoff. And a cold hand on, if you know what I'm saying. So we'll see what we can do. Drex and Legal Mindset are still going. They've been talking for like 5 hours, haven't they? Whew. So with that, We do have chats today. I do think maybe Richard's podcast interview would be good to do. What kind of camera do I use? I use a Sony Alpha 7R4. Alpha 4 7R. I think it's Alpha 7R4. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. And I use a what is it? A 24 millimeter G prime lens. With an aperture of 1.4. F-stop 1.4. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. But so yeah, I probably want to get a different lens. Oh, today I ordered in-ear audio monitors, professional ones. So I can, but it's going to take me forever to get them because they have to mold my ear so that they fit. So that they fit perfect, like a glove, like a love glove. But they're going to take like a month, which sucks. But anyway, so I'm very excited for those. I'm doing end of the year spending. It's like tax write-offs. Yeah. Steve C. No, I did not get the kind with the dental mold I have to send back. I have to go into an audiologist to have them measured. Tom, you want the link to those? You want me to send it right now? They range in price from expensive to absurd. Here, just a second. Here, just a minute. Just a minute. I doubt it. Where is it? Oh, here, you want to see how gay they look? Here, check this out. So this is how they'll wait a minute. Oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. Here, Tom, I'll text you it right now while I'm thinking about it. Where is my Here we go. Okay. Whew. If I seem discombobulated, it's because I am. So there you go. Those are the in-ear monitors I ordered. I made them custom. But so anyway. Why? Why not? Why not? What's the lifespan of them? Oh, they're forever. I don't know. They last a long time. So whew. But you might as well brand everything, right? You got to do it. But no, these are for in studio. You don't they're not like things you wear around town. Silly. Why not the Gunt avatar? Steve C. Yeah, he says, why? Wear a damn headset for a living and find out why. Exactly. I didn't used to have to wear this so much. Look at this. I've got I've got a bump and maybe even a bald spot coming in here from these from a regular headset. So you got to get some nice they're custom molded to your ears. So they sit in there. They let the air pressure out and everything. It's great. I don't know. They're like they're super nice. So we'll see. We'll see. I also have to buy a new streaming, like a mobile streaming setup. Or not a mobile streaming setup. I need to buy a new laptop, basically. Effectively a new laptop. Bad Burrito, what's the brand? They're 64 audio. "64 Audio" is the brand. But hey, what's up, Ty? I'm about to play the Mark Richards interview, or the last half of it. Why not build a desktop? Well, I need one for mobile. I need mobile. But bring Ty on. What's my ring made of? This is just silicone ring. My titanium ring's upstairs. Yeah, and buy a camera battery. Yes. It's been almost 8 hours since we've talked. I know Ty. Oh, Ty can't come in. Daniel Earler says, "What graphics card am I using?" I have a 6900 XT. I think is what they're. Yeah, Radeon 6900 XT. So, whew. I should have placed pepperoni nipples instead of the logo. That would have been so funny. Oh my goodness. What changes will we see from New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin? I don't know. They haven't ruled on that yet, have they? Yeah, so Al Bundy, I'm team AMD because that's what I could get. I couldn't get my hands on I would have picked a 3090 if I could have gotten it. It was either this or a 3090, whatever I was able to get first. This problem of buying during a chip shortage. So guys, when the benefit of being the real benefit, this is the unsung benefit of being a YouTuber, is when you like tech stuff. When you like tech stuff, it's all a tax write-off. And so going ahead, like if you're gonna buy an upgrade, you might as well buy like the best upgrade that you can, because you're gonna write it off on your taxes against your income. So like my camera setup cost thousands of dollars, but I mean, it carries the same basic benefit, or it carries a greater benefit tax-wise of than a lesser priced camera does, and you get the quality. So your graphics card is part of it, so you get the top of the line one. It's weird. Rusty Shackelford, I think the whiskey could be a tax write-off. I've never actually cataloged, probably out of shame, the amount of whiskey that I've purchased. So I've never done that. I've never actually, decided, oh yeah, I'll catalog the whiskey and then do that as a tax write-off. I should do that. Have you had the Old Forester 1910 Old Fine Whiskey? No, I had Old Forester 1920, the Prohibition, which is good. What happened to my forehead? It's my heat allergy. Same with down here. That's just it's warm in here, and so I just turned on the AC. Uncivil raid. Oh no. Oh no. What's up? What's up, uncivilians? How are you? Demon's Wrath. I do got to get my jabs. I haven't been able to get them because I haven't been able to call in the prescription because I'm on the fucking stream all day. So what happened to my nose? It never stopped growing. Same with my penis. Oh my goodness. Whew. Whew, whew. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna do this Mark Richards interview. I gotta find it. I lost it a long time ago. What was that podcast called? Oh shit. You're a vaxxer? Never would have thought. Here it is. Law and Legitimacy. That's where it was. What the hell? All right, I'll put that on in just a second. The chat loves Uncivil. And what's Uncivil doing? Is he here? Uncivil, you in the chat, buddy? You are. How you doing? Jack Murphy sends his girlfriend. Oh no. Guys. Oh, okay. Look. We get to be a rage merchant for a second or whatever. Whatever the excuse du jour is. Some of the comments on, let's see. Look at this. Some of the comments on the Tim Pool interview with Jack Murphy. I'm going to just start putting these up. Okay. These comments are savage as hell. They are savage out of their mind. Oh hey, Uncivil, do you want to come on tonight, buddy? I'll send you the link if you want to. I'm going to review the Richards interview in a second, but we're just having a little laugh. Having some fun times for Christmas. So I'm DMing you now. If you want to come on, you can. If you don't want to come on, that's fine too. But open invite, my friend. All right, here we go. What's the next one we got here? Oh, you think that one's brutal? Oh no. Oh no, that's just the first one. Look at this. This is someone was going through them and sending them to me. I'm sure there's a ton more. This one absolutely ruined me. Chat. Vouch is the worst guest ever. R.A. the Ragging Man. Hold my beer. Jack Murphy. Watch me hold my wife's boyfriend's beer. Oh my God. Jerry Albert, you're misunderstanding my shots, buddy. I have allergy shots. I have a heat allergy, so I have to get allergy shots every month. And I haven't had them in like a month and a half to 2 months, which is why I'm actually getting the allergic reaction to heat. So, that's that. And then this one, if losing all respect for someone equals cancel culture, as Tim puts it, then yes, Jack got canceled in my mind. Here we go. Oh God, these are just vicious. They're just vicious. Here we go. Hey, what's up, Kurt?
Hey, it's good to see you as always, man. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
You have any chance to listen back to that last 3 minutes of the live stream for earlier today? It was great.
Dude, it was insane. I did not listen to it. I was on my phone checking it while people were complaining and noticed like
You should listen to it. It's pretty funny.
Should we play it?
I don't know if you should play it on the live stream. I don't know if it's that funny, but it'll be funny to you.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I'll check it out for sure.
It's particularly funny right at the end because when you start playing the outro music, for some reason, like everything's being delayed and there's just this massive delay. But when you start playing the intro music, it tries to catch up to everything all at once. So it goes super fast. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that was wild. So I don't know what to do. I mean,
I have Knob Creek. So I'm just saying.
Nice. I'm going to open a new bottle in just a second.
Okay.
I'm drinking this one. Where did I just set it? Right now I've got a shot of this Michter's Toasted Barrel rye.
Sounds promising.
It's really good, but it's a special bottle that was sent by a viewer. So I'm rationing it. This is only my second drink of it. But I'm going to crack into this limited edition Four Roses.
I've got some Four Roses single barrel select on my thing too. I could switch to that in honor of what you're drinking.
If you want to.
Four Roses select is one of my favorites as a go-to.
So I've only had the basic Four Roses. This is barrel strength, small batch 2021.
I like the small batch stuff because I do like the stuff that's blended more because with single barrel, you get all the effects of what exactly that barrel is. When you have blended, you get the effect of what the person's aiming for.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So here we're just looking at these comments.
Why don't you show me the bottle again, and can you go it up on the full screen so I can see a little bit more closely about the bottle for all its glory?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm not easily able to change the focus, but
that's fine.
Limited edition, small batch 2021. It's 57.1%.
Nice.
It's number 4968 out of 14,880. There are 14,880 bottles. Really, Four Roses? You did a 1488 meme? Like, really? Four Roses, 5 wide hoods. Okay. So that's what we got. Yeah, that's what I got here. Whew. Oh,
Can I come back now?
Oh, yeah. I forgot it was like this. No, Kurt, you're stuck. You're relegated to audio only from now on because of my incompetence.
Okay.
Let's see. But yeah, anyway, so that was just some of the savage comments on that Jack thing, since the Jack Murphy thing is weird. It is weird. But I have Mark Richards' interview queued up.
Okay.
Let me grab I keep doing that like I'm Mark Richards.
Yeah, I've discovered the secret to chat is just not give a fuck about anything they say, so it's all good.
Well, see, the chat speaks a love language of violence. Right? Like the love languages, like, oh, gift giving.
As long as they're talking about me, it's all good press. So you guys want to call me a cuck, the more that you guys talk about me, the more that I get my brand out. So, go nuts.
Well, it's like I'm saying, like there's the love languages, that really famous book, right? There's gift giving, there's physical touch, there's tasks that you do for someone. Those are the love.
Well, that's why I keep showing up to your thing every morning, because I love you.
Right. I know, like attendance, that presence. I think presence is actually one of them.
I'm sure it is.
And then the love language of chat is violence. That's how they tell you that they love you, by violent, horrific means. What they do. The chat is asshole. So
the chat doesn't even believe what they're saying half the time. So why should I care?
That's the spirit. You just gotta let it go. You gotta let it go, roll with the punches. And occasionally you have to pick one person in the chat and say, hey, fuck you, buddy. Because that's what I do.
That I like. That's a good idea. I like that one.
I got a nice Twitter DM. I tweeted it out. Did you see it?
Not.
There's some random guy with a already locked account. And he said your mother should have swallowed you. Which is
okay.
That was nice.
I mean,
so yeah. That I guess that's the response to doing legal analysis or whatever. But
no, I mean, I really liked listening to Natalie earlier today too, because she has a divergent opinion, and I like listening to her because she has a divergent opinion.
Yeah. Did she do a video today?
No, she was doing a live stream discussing why basically, I mean, I don't want to unduly prejudice, but I think she thought that a lot of us were missing something, and where we were saying that there was no evidence, and she's like, no, it's just that you didn't believe the evidence. You were unfairly discounting it, which maybe I was, at least. Maybe I wasn't giving it my full attention. And so I really liked hearing that divergent view, because it's like, geez, maybe my thinking was slighted, and I can learn from someone I respect, at least consider the proposition that I was thinking poorly. And then I won't be stupid anymore in the future. That'd be nice, right?
Yeah, maybe. The problem is I would disagree with saying there was evidence of the criminal acts required for the underlying charges. What I would say is maybe the jury didn't believe the evidence that the defense presented. I think that might be more correct.
Well, maybe that's true. I mean, I was only tending to speak for myself. It's like I'm willing to consider the proposition that maybe I missed something, and you might ultimately be right, or she might ultimately be right. But I love the fact that she's making me think.
Right. Yeah. No, I a lot of people give me hell for bringing her on, but it's like, no, I like bringing her on because I like more than one opinion anyway.
Right.
And having some disagreements is fine by me. But whatever. It's all good. It's all good.
No, it's all good. I love it all. I love anyone who has the requisite background, who can present an intelligent opinion and thoughtful commentary. And I found it intelligent and thoughtful.
Wait, then why do you come here?
Because believe it or not, I find you intelligent and thoughtful.
Well, no one ever said you were a good judge of intelligence or thoughtfulness.
Yeah, apparently.
That's
you hide it with crass jokes, but really you've got a brain in there, and I've discovered the truth.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, brother. And I like bringing you on because I like your encyclopedic access to legal issues. I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm going to cancel my Westlaw subscription. Just pay for an uncivil law subscription. Yeah. Okay, real quick. There were some pre-show chats I want to get because I'll miss those if I don't. So Poached Owl Egg says, have you ever thought of bringing Larry Lawton on your stream? Biggest jewelry thief in the USA, studied law for 12 years in prison, set up prison reform programs, has been recognized in Congress. People have suggested him several times. I have no idea how to get into touch with the guy. That's always the
I'm only interested in him coming on if he teaches me how to be a better jewelry thief. I mean,
true.
Because as long as, from a legal perspective, as long as he's just describing how to do it, he's legally in the clear. Right?
Did you heard that sound?
I did, yes.
Right? Okay. I'm making sure. Someone tried to call me. I turned it off. If you try to call me again, I won't answer. I won't even hear it anymore. You can't
I have your
wreck
phone
the
number.
stream.
I can call you. I can call you right now.
You could, but it won't ring through my computer because I just muted it, is what I'm saying. Eldritch Blasted says, hope you're happy, all of you Judge Chu simps. Billy Witch Doctor says the ACLU put out a tweet thread saying Potter was convicted for the murder of Dante Wright, not manslaughter. Do you think the ACLU actually doesn't know the facts, or do you think they're just lying to their followers? I think they're framing it in a way that is intended because it's the ACLU, and the ACLU no longer stands for.
I feel a
civil
little
liberties.
bad about being a member of the ACLU in the past at this point because of how woke they are. I feel like I've done something wrong somehow.
To go from defending the worst of the worst in Brandenburg versus Ohio, to now when they're literally a politically agendized machine is, I mean,
it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the wild thing is there's a lot of people out there, they've been crazy for a significant amount of time, that a lot of people out there who maybe weren't aware of them in the past don't know that they used to do good work. They used to do the work of protecting civil liberties, no matter the offender. And they stopped. It sucks.
I mean, quite famously, they defended the right of the Nazis to mark in Skokie, Illinois.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it doesn't get much more
right
than that,
and,
you know?
Yeah. And in Brandon, wait, that was a different one than Brandenburg.
Yeah.
But in Brandenburg, they protected a guy's right to say that the African Americans, and I don't think he used that term, should be given climbing ropes, I guess is how we would say it.
Sure.
And it was, I mean, it's one of the most vile speeches that you could find in the public square. And they said, yeah, but they didn't do anything illegal though. And
I feel in some ways that Charlottesville was emblematic of the value of freedom of speech. The very fact that those people were able to go with the tiki torches and march and say their hateful rhetoric was the very reason that those people got exposed, because it's like, well, you have some reprehensible views. You should be able to express your views, and I should be able to say those views suck. And those things come out in the open. I think it's better in the long run that it comes out in the open. It's like, those are hateful views, but how much, was counter to that? That couldn't have happened. And, you never know. Some of those people might be convinced too. Daryl Davis is a great example. I'm sure you know about him, right?
Yeah, he was the black guy who would befriend the KKK guys, right?
Yeah, he's like got 350 Klan hoods in his house because he's a black guy who, by going to Klan meetings and talking to Klan members, and has convinced them that they are wrong. How valuable is that? And people try to cancel Daryl Davis. I mean, what bullshit is this? He's a black guy who's literally convinced 350 Klan members not to be Klan members, and some people on the left hate him for associating with the Klan.
But what's interesting is how the enforced silence and the removal from the public space has actually strengthened, I think, organizations like that, organizations that the general public might find to have objectionable views, right?
Right.
Because I remember a couple years back there was a Klan meeting where there was a stabbing. And they were having a meeting in a public park and they were attacked. And turns out the Klan guys were actually in the right. The guy stabbed the guy, but it was ruled self-defense because they were clearly attacked. But the real takeaway from that was like, this is a Klan meeting. They're like 10 guys and they were all old. And that was, it's like, okay, well, I mean, if you guys are if this is going to be the Klan, like, who cares?
Yeah, really.
At the end of the day, who cares? It's not like they're, recruiting like millions of people to do this stuff. But when you push everybody into the shadows, there's no way to know how many people there are, who holds these views. And I think it gives some of these organizations on every side of the political aisle on a perceived importance and size that is not representative of reality.
I agree.
And it's like, it's what Twitter does. Exactly what Twitter does. It's why cancel culture is effective. It's like, oh God, we got like 100 tweets on this. It's like, there's a billion people on Twitter. You got 100 tweets. Who cares? Like, what does that mean? 100 mentions? Oh God. But yeah, it's this illusion of power. But yeah, anyway, Oh, Madison, that was you who called? Okay. No big deal. Okay, next. Taylor Albin says, Nick, thanks for all you do. You've opened my eyes to the ice cold U.S. court system. We spent 3 weeks together listening to this trial, and in 15 minutes today, the jury's decision is read and Potter's fate is sealed. Wild. Yeah, and that's a hard thing to realize, like just how much is held in the hands of the court until you're there, until you've been through it, till you know someone who's been through it, or until you've been an attorney witnessing it, secondhand. But it's not an easy thing. I mean, even when your client gets a minor punishment, it's tough.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the other day, it was a really tough day for me because a client of mine and someone I've gotten to know pretty well got sentenced to basically 4 years in prison.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like devastating trying to figure out like how I would process a 4-year prison sentence. I don't know how you deal with it. I don't know what you do. And so, it was tough for me, like that day was about me. Right. But much worse for her. And then seeing the thing that got me today with the Kim Potter trial, right. Which almost made me have an emotion, except I'm a heartless man, was when she's leaving, right after they make their argument, she says, nope, she is going into custody. And so the sheriffs come up and they handcuff her and they start to take her away. And you hear one thing from the crowd, you hear, "I love you, Kim." Right. And that's most likely her husband saying that. And the way he said it was like, it wasn't dramatic. It wasn't the way like some movie would do it. It was like she was going out the door to go to work in the morning. It was this, just kind of this rehearsed, matter of fact, practiced statement. And her response back was just to kind of look over her shoulder and kind of nod, just like she were walking out the door for the day. And to me, it was the routineness of that juxtaposed with the fact that she's about to go to prison for the next 7 years, that I was like, gosh, if I had feelings, I would have all of them right now. But it was that was tough to watch, man. Because with my client, it was actually worse in a different way, since the bailiffs told my client's visitors and guests, her kids, that they couldn't come in the courtroom due to COVID restrictions. They were wrong, but they made everybody leave. So then when we're in the hearing at the end, and my client's getting sentenced, and I said, "Judge, can my client have 10 minutes just to say goodbye to her kids and stuff like that?" And she says, "No, why aren't they here?" And I said, "Your bailiffs wouldn't let them in." It's like, "Well, that's not the court's order. I'm sorry that happened." I'm like, "Well, can we have 10 minutes then?" She said, "No." It's like, the fuck is this? But yeah, you don't get to see your family members. You don't get to hug your kids. You don't get to hug your significant other. You just get taken away. I mean, her husband's there in the courtroom. They could have given 1 minute for him to come up and just say bye, but they don't do it. And to me, that's kind of the coldness of the court system. And I'm sure there's a reason they have.
You got to get your hug in beforehand.
You really do. You really do. It's crazy. But until you experience that, until you see it, and that's why I don't revel in the moment, but I really liked the humanity of that moment, where it's just this husband and wife exchange. They've been married a long time or whatever. And it's like, yeah, it was the normalcy of it, but the drama behind it. It was like the dramatic irony of a movie. So it was tough. Next, Catherine Hennel says, "Rip Officer Kiana Hawley, ambushed, murdered with no mainstream media, celebrity, or politician's tweets about her dying today. A hero remembered, never dies." I have no idea what that's about. That sounds awful. Eldritch Blasted says, "Sing to TLC's Waterfalls in Kermit voice." Don't go chasing thoughts and hoes. Please stick to the wifos and the porn sites you're used to.
Nice.
I know that you're gonna ask for feet pics or nothing at all. Okay, sorry about that. I ad-libbed that last line. Logan Orr says ATF kills Vicky Weaver holding her baby and nothing. Kim Potter kills someone she was legally in the right to kill and 2 counts of manslaughter.
Yeah.
Angry Bainlink says back off. Is Halesen says sigh. Well, at least today wasn't a double whammy with Vic Appeals coming back badly. God had mercy. Mop Sync says, good morning, Vietnam. Gospel of Comics says, Merry Christmas, Rackets. Much love for what you and the Invoice are doing. This is MAGA country, Your Honor, and it's havoc. I don't know if Richards would ever say this is MAGA country, actually.
Probably not.
Clown World says, Merry early Christmas. Here's some simp money. Hope it helps to a good whiskey fund. Gundam Touched Me says, Gundam Touched Me, the femboy glow in the dark. Says, hey, just want to say Merry Christmas and thanks for the laughs. Have a fun Christmas. Unfortunately, I have to work. Have a little extra fun for me. I will. Bo Roberts says, thank you for the 3 weeks of whiskey drinking fun. I can't wait to watch the next trial too. Hopefully you're able to take a break for a bit. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Oh, I think it will be well into January before there's another one. But let's start playing this interview. Let's do that. So I think this is about where we left off.
I'm not complaining. We ended up getting paid once the trial started. Money started flowing in quite.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you know, it was one of those things. You're in for a penny. You're in for a pound. We had all the experts, the investigators had received their first payments. We were able to put together enough money to use Joel and Demetrius and do the mock trials.
Mm-hmm.
And where it really kind of separated with Pierce was, you know, once we got into court, and Judge Schrader's a no-nonsense judge, he wasn't going to put up with Pierce going on television every night, you know, spouting off on Tucker Carlson. I said, you have to decide, John, are you going to be an attorney in the courtroom with me fighting this, or are you going to be raising money and doing whatever it is you do? And he opted to raise money. And so we canceled him out of the Pro Hoc Vice. He was no longer a lawyer of record because I didn't want him saying the things he was saying. And we never agreed. Kyle never agreed with the militia defense that he wanted to raise.
Yeah,
so eventually I think Kyle and his family began.
Yeah, real quick, guys. I think we talked about this in a different show, but a brief recap. One of the defenses that apparently was fronted by John Pierce is this idea that Kyle was part of the unorganized militia.
Yeah, that'd be the one.
It's a U.S. code, and it basically says all able-bodied men between 17 and 45 years old are part of the unorganized militia, and therefore, because of that, he would be entitled to have a rifle. He would be able to do that, which that's never been successfully argued in front of any court that I'm aware of. It's a nice law review argument.
Yeah,
not a great court argument.
No, yeah. The last thing you really want is to you really want to tell a jury about militia, and he's a member of the militia. And let me tell you about militia. You really want that ringing through the jury's head? I don't think so.
Yeah. Mark Richards is 100% right to kick John's idea.
Don Pierce and Lynn Wood are fucking fools at best.
Yeah, I mean I get a lot of people still defending Lynn Wood in regards to Rittenhouse, saying I think they're basically blaming like Hancock and stuff like that or whatever. I don't know.
Lynn Wood needs to be disbarred.
I don't know the details of all that, and he might need to be disbarred. But that being said, like I have no in regards to Rittenhouse, I have no intention to defend Lynn Wood's actions. I think he lost the script on his own client in the wake of the election, and I think that was a big problem for him. And
he didn't lose the script before then. He certainly lost the script at that point.
Yeah, and that's a problem with getting involved into publicity, because Richard said something just a minute ago. Judge Schrader wasn't going to put up with John Pierce going on Tucker Carlson every night. And if you're representing Kyle in court and then going on Tucker Carlson every night, you know, and Judge Schrader's clearly watching these shows, you might have issues. So you have to balance the interest of your clients with whatever other activity you're wanting to do, even if you think that that might be in your client's interest. And you have to determine it. You have to clear it with your client. And if your client isn't comfortable with it, then you can't do it. That's the other part of that.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's here we go.
And to build a little bit of trust with myself. And there was talk of, John being let go. And I said, I'll take over the case, but I need a second attorney. I can't.
Wait a minute. This is where he talks about getting Corey Sharafizi.
And, they said, well, what is that?
Yeah, that's true.
Who's going to give us the best trial?
Yeah.
And Judge Schrader.
I skipped ahead just a minute because we already
he's going to do what he wants to do and what he thinks is right. And that's what we wanted, not somebody who was kind of putting the finger up, seeing where the wind was blowing. So we just made a conscious
look at. I'm not normally talking about wind when I'm talking about putting the finger up and seeing where things are going. Kind of a weird Wisconsin expression, but I learned it a long time ago.
decision to stay there. A lot of people.
The disappointment on your face made me very happy there.
I could help.
Second guessed me and thought I was kind of stupid. So we just decided we're going to stay with Judge Schrader. And once, Binger brought that bond motion to revoke his bond, and Schrader just shut him down, we felt as though we had kind of made the right decision.
Schrader got a lot of bad press, and I didn't understand it. I mean, he's 75 years old, is there?
Yeah.
Is there a mandatory retirement age for judges in Wisconsin? Okay, well, because I mean, he struck me as sharp as a tack, and he struck me as a trial lawyer's judge. I mean, he's going to make a ruling. He's going to listen to you.
Is he going to make a ruling, though, Kurt? Do you think that's an accurate assessment of what Judge Schrader is going to do?
I have to respectfully disagree with that concept that Judge Schrader is going to make a ruling. I mean, Judge Chu made rulings, and also the defense counsel objected, so it was a very different trial from those perspectives. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. He's going to make rulings. No, he's not.
Yeah, Schrader just never seemed to make the ruling. He always seemed to make suggestions of what the ruling would be later.
Maybe possibly at some point in the future. Yeah.
I'm gonna temporarily allow it with the door open 8 degrees. The hell does that mean, Judge?
I don't know.
What does that mean? It's like when a kid can peek in and see you wrapping presents. Is the door open that much? Or oh God.
If you're right, you're right. If you've got an argument and he's got discretion, maybe he'll give it to you, maybe he won't. But once he makes it, move on. And I got the impression
once he makes it move on, when would that be?
Rules at all. And the prosecution, and this is an all
never, Kurt. That's the answer. Never is when he's going to make. He still hasn't ruled on the case, as far as I can tell.
Has he actually entered a judgment not guilty? Has that actually happened? Are we sure?
I don't actually know if he has. I don't know if he has at all.
I know he did, but I'm just being an ass.
I'm not so sure.
Awkward question. The prosecution didn't seem up to the task in your case. He seemed like, from what little I saw, there were occasions where he just didn't seem to know what to do with Schrader. Was this a home court for him, or was he a visitor?
Was this guy watching the same trial? Was this guy watching the same trial? Like, because, okay, in the moment, we're like, haha, look at Binger getting yelled at. Look at Krause getting yelled at. In retrospect, Binger and Krause got yelled at.
Yeah, and he said it in his own interview or his own podcast where he's like, well, I'm used to this. He just, yells himself out. I've long since stopped paying attention. So, yeah, apparently he knew all the tricks.
Yeah, and they knew to just keep talking. Just keep talking. If you just keep talking, Schrader's going to go your way. Mm-hmm. He undid the entire ruling on one of the critical questions that became, based on when the jury decided the different charges, it became one of the central question of the case. Was there provocation? And they did that entirely just by badgering Schrader into their position. It's amazing.
And, I don't want to read too much into that. I mean, Binger and him had butted heads earlier, not in this case, but in another gun case where Binger was going after a truck driver who had a concealed gun in his over the road truck. at a truck stop and got a lot of litigation. And the judge wasn't really happy how Binger handled it.
Mm.
And I think their relationship maybe never recovered from that. But, you know, as a prosecutor, I tried a couple of cases in front of Schrader. As a defense attorney, I tried one, and him and I went to war.
Yeah.
You know, so he didn't hold a grudge, you know, but that was.
It's interesting hearing that, because I can't imagine Mark Richards going to war with Judge Schrader based on, I mean, and obviously different cases are going to have different things, but I just can't picture what that looks like, because he was so not that way during Kyle. And that's wild to me. I don't see him going to war with Schrader. But by the way, there's Four Roses.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite brands.
That's a good
whiskey. I haven't had the limited, but I have a select, and it's pretty good too.
I've never seen this. I mean, it's a 2021 bottle, so I imagine it's a pretty recent release. My small town liquor store he's a whiskey guy, and so he keeps cannibalizing sections of the store and adding more whiskey, and I'm like, yes, yeah, just keep doing it. Give me more stuff to try.
It was years ago, but the prosecutor, I think, his reputation preceded him into that courtroom.
I don't know that it didn't strike. I mean, you won, so it's easy for me to pretend that I saw this coming. I thought there was a good defense, and you did too, and you perfected it. But it just didn't. It struck me that the prosecution was outgunned, and that Schrader, if there was a fault, I don't know that he respects weakness, and the prosecution seemed to reflect weakness. In my view, I may be wrong. I may be wrong, and I don't want to have you comment on that and then say something.
You know,
it's such curious. It's interesting to hear other people's analysis of it, because I didn't get that perspective at all, but this guy did. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just different. I'm trying to figure out like where he saw that.
This is what I'll comment. And as a defense lawyer, I think we have to be better than a prosecutor.
Right.
Okay. And I've been both. And you walk into that courtroom as a prosecutor, you're stamped with credibility. When you're a defense lawyer, you have to earn it.
Yeah.
And what drove me insane throughout this case was, and I think it happened one time, Binger never cited any authority for anything he wanted done. He just said, this is what I want. And, and then he would come in with these harebrained arguments. Yeah. And I just, I thought I don't think it was good lawyering.
No, I think the judge used his discretion to convey a certain amount of displeasure with what appeared to be a lack of preparation. You've got the world watching in a case that had the potential to set the country aflame again, and bring your A game. Don't mail it in. But I see where the time is flying here. I don't want to waste yours. Was it obvious to you from the get-go that it was going to be a self-defense claim, or
did you hear that question?
Was it obvious it was going to be self-defense? I mean, probably.
What else was it going to be?
Maybe he'll enlighten us as to other possibilities. I don't know. What do I know?
I don't know how do you even ask that question on Kyle Rittenhouse's case?
Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe he was somewhere else at the time. I don't know.
Bro, just watch the video. Like, damn. I mean, come on. Poozerger says, do you prefer stuffing or dressing? And please explain the consequential difference between the two. Dressing is superior. I don't like stuffing.
Is the way to go.
I don't like stuffing or dressing.
Really? I like stuffing.
But the difference between stuffing and dressing, right, is that stuffing is made inside the bird and dressing is made outside the bird. Yeah. No, but I don't like stuffing or dressing. I'm just not a fan.
Okay, well, you're wrong, but that's okay. I love you all
the
way. Same.
I'm actually okay with being wrong on that. I don't know what about it I don't like is, but I think it's just because there's so many other Thanksgiving foods that I like that one just it falls by the wayside. But I mean, it's hard.
I'm not a particularly strong fan of cranberry.
Oh, I don't do the cranberry. Yeah. The only time I did cranberry was I did a quinoa Brussels sprout salad side. It was a hot salad with cranberries, dried cranberries in it. That ended up being pretty good. But that's a side because there was no meat in it, which means it can't be a meal. But no, I like turkey and I like mashed potatoes. I like gravy. I like rolls and I like corn and I like green beans. So by
I'm
the
a
time
huge fan of turkey. I'd rather do something else. Like I make a pretty good steak or make a,
well, I mean, I'm talking
beef Wellington. I can do. It's
for
pretty good.
Thanksgiving. I'm just
Beef,
talking for
no, beef
Thanksgiving.
Wellington for Thanksgiving is great.
I mean, I guess.
Have you ever had beef Wellington?
Yeah, I like
Okay.
beef Wellington.
Okay.
It's just like I like turkey, so I'm like a turkey. Like I want the turkey on Thanksgiving. I desire it. I crave it.
Okay.
So I'd have beef Wellington the day before and after Thanksgiving happily. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. And then real quick, Free Flyer says Kyle should ask Crump if he's looking for a paycheck. I don't know if Crump would take
Ham
Kyle's
is good. Ham is good. Yeah.
Ham's good on Thanksgiving. Yeah. Ham's good all the time. Right? I like ham. Okay, back to this.
Yeah. And what is tell us what the elements of self-defense are in Wisconsin
In
law.
Wisconsin, it's you have a reasonable, the person, objective, subjective.
Right.
You have a reasonable belief that this person is either going to cause you death, likely to cause you death, or great bodily harm.
Mm-hmm.
And great bodily harm is a myriad of things, disfigurement, down to serious bodily injury. So it's really broad. And the state, if you make your prima facie showing, they have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Now, do you have to make the prima facie showing, or does it merely need to be present in the evidence? Do you have a burden of production, or does it matter?
We can prove it through the state's case or ourselves.
Okay. And then the subject of object.
So the answer is what Richards just basically said was it has to be present in the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
They can make it through the state or themselves.
Right.
So yeah, and that's it. Some states have different burdens on that, but they're all basically in a similar vein of you just need to do a pretty minimal effort to show a self-defense claim has any validity at all.
I think Ohio might be different though.
Oh yeah? How do you think that?
If memory serves correctly, Ohio, the burden remains on the defense to prove it. To prove self-defense.
So to prove
Yeah,
sort of like the stand your ground pre-trial dismissal and some other states.
So the burden of proof remains on the defense. I think they only have to prove it by preponderance of evidence, but still the burden of proof is on them in Ohio, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah, and that's how the pre-trial dismissals go that some states have. I think Florida and maybe Louisiana have it, where if you make a motion to dismiss based on an affirmative defense of self-defense, and then you show it by preponderance of the evidence, then you automatically win and the charges don't go to trial. You don't have to have the evidentiary hearing you don't have to impanel a jury or anything like that. You do it before a judge and they rule as a matter of law that it's self-defense based on evidence, then you win. That's an interesting way to do it. But if Ohio has that during the case, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. That's because reasonable doubt isn't 51%, right?
No, it's not. Reasonable doubt's 95% plus is where most attorneys put it.
Or beyond a reasonable doubt is 95% plus.
Yeah.
But so which means reasonable doubt is 5%.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So to me, it's weird to make a defendant get to 51% if the burden is actually 5. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Well, they still have the burden to prove it, and unlike most states where the state has to still prove it's not. So yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Prime rib. I love me some prime rib.
Prime rib is probably my favorite.
Matt B, you don't have to spam it though. We love prime rib in one message.
Yeah, prime rib. Prime rib and I could get along just fine. It's been a long time since I made prime rib. I should probably do it again.
I bought a prime rib to make the other day, and then I was doing the trial. I think it was during Rittenhouse. I was doing the trial so much, and it got to the end where it's like, you need to cook this or freeze it. And I didn't want to freeze it. And I couldn't do a 4-hour cook. So what I did instead was I sliced it into 1-inch thick ribeyes and just grilled the shit out of it. Oh, it was good. Good stuff.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah.
I was trying making prime rib in my Instapot. See how that works out. That'd be interesting.
Prime rib in an Instant Pot. Ooh.
I don't know. I've never tried before. Maybe we'll let you know. Do like a reverse sear on it. Could be cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to do a sous vide brisket.
Okay, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, so you get the brisket, you put like 3-4 hours of smoke on it, and then you sous vide it to temperature, and it's supposed to just like hold in all that juicy goodness. I'm gonna try that sometime soon. Now I'm making me hungry. I made inch thick pork chops tonight for dinner.
What do you use do you use like a marinade or do you use a coating? What do you do on that?
Salt and pepper.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know a lot of people marinate pork chops. You want to see them?
Yeah.
I mean, while we're sitting here, I put a picture of them up on Locals. So let me. Where are we?
Is it okay if I get excited while looking at them?
Yeah, you do what you need, Kurt. So here we go. Yeah.
Now those sides, I have to admit, the sides even look better than the pork chops. Those look really nice. Well, you got some sort of glaze on that shit?
Nope. It's
Looks,
just
man.
pancetta, and then the I left all the pancetta fat in the pan, cooked the potatoes, some they're not bell peppers, but they're similar. These long sweet peppers.
It looks fucking awesome, man. I'll tell you what.
Some shallots. They were really good. Really good little mini Yukon Gold potatoes.
Ooh.
God, I love pork chops. And I love potatoes. Okay, here we go. Cinema Queen, that pork was not overcooked. It was cooked to exactly 140 and then left to rest.
Baby. Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Left to rest for about 5 minutes. So here we go.
The component. The jury first has to conclude that he legitimately believed that, and then do they have to be prepared to say they're going to accept his assessment? Is that the sense in the subjective objective distinction?
Yeah. Okay. And it's one of the few areas where you get to argue the golden rule. Put yourself in the place of this 17-year-old kid being chased by this mob. Put yourself in the place of this 17-year-old kid who walks up and this guy jumps out from behind a car where he says friendly, and then the guy goes, fuck you, you ain't gonna do shit. You know, that was on tape. And so, I mean, there were things there that just made our case a little bit more believable. If there hadn't have been the amount of videos that we had in this case, I'm firmly convinced Kyle would have came in second.
Wow. So
yeah, that's something we talked about. The videos, I mean, they helped Kyle because people wouldn't have believed that he did what he did. Because well, he waited till the last second to shoot this guy who was reaching for the gun and screaming at him. Oh, really? Was he? That sounds convenient. Oh, and then he just walked away. Oh, and then some people, just some guy tried to hit him with a skateboard, huh? Really? He didn't have a knife or a bat, so he had to pick the only thing in his hands, the skateboard. It's like, no, he actually did, though. And then another guy came up and faked surrender and then pointed a gun at him. Oh, he pointed the gun, did he? Right? After faking surrender? That doesn't make any sense either. Who would do that? Well, a guy with one arm. He's right on that one. I'm with him.
The state has to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Do they have to disprove each element, or can they split their verdict?
They can split it.
Yeah, I just argued that issue in the Connecticut Supreme Court in a self-defense case. I tried to argue that it dilutes the state's burden. And of course, the argument is that the state has to prove the elements, each and every element of its offense. But as to a general defense, because it's not recognized as an affirmative defense in Connecticut, the state can split, as it were, its burden. And I said, that just doesn't seem right to me. Under no circumstance can I imagine the state having a diluted burden of proof. If they have to disprove it, it should be unanimous as to each element. But
don't you think, though, that that's a lot of lawyer talk? And the jury thinks.
Did Mark Richards just Jimmy Stewart this man from?
A little bit.
Was that from Anatomy of a Murder?
A little bit.
Or 12 Angry Men? I can't remember. I'm no big city lawyer. Can't you admit that that's just a lot of lawyer talk? We're really talking about is the jury believing your story, right? That's what I'm guessing that's what he's going to say next.
Yeah, it's probably right too.
That the guy did what he was entitled to do. I mean, it's kind of like the old Texas rule. Did the guy need killing, and did the right guy kill him?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Mark Richards just validated Ty's he needed killing theory of law. Did that just happen in reality for me? Oh my gosh. I'll have to tell him. Guys, we have to tell Ty that Mark Richards, I officially recognize Texas he needed killing defense. Sorensen Farm says, I'm no police fan, but nothing about this feels just, especially since it's Christmas. If it was me, I would have said, let's just give her Christmas. Craig Rowe Jr. says, did you see the Wright family TikTok video? No. Abe Eckstein says, any chance you're getting Mark Richards or Sharafi on? I would love to. Long story short, I'd love to, but it's all about what they want to do. Sefi Hakubi says, oi, hi. Long time no live chat, Nick, though been following someone on my commutes. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Hey, you too, Sefi. Merry Christmas. And Bram Costa says, can I buy a dinner where we talk about how I'm going to go about my defense process? Can you buy a dinner where we talk about how you're going to go about your defense processes? Are you in town? Are you anywhere near me? Do I know you? No one important says, just wanted to say to do a month or more of these morning and then night streams, Rittenhouse and then Potter, for as long as you did, you have my respect. You truly are the working man. All right, let's get back to this thing here.
It is a lot of lawyer talk, but I was in front of the state Supreme Court. So if you're ever going to do lawyer talk, that's the time to do it, right?
Well, don't do it at our Wisconsin Supreme Court because that won't work. But
yeah, I've heard that.
That's another story.
So you've identified self-defense as a theme. You mentioned a jury. I didn't know the woman whose name you mentioned. The jury consultant or
Joellen Demetria.
Tell us about Joellen Demetria.
I mean, she was the jury consultant on OJ.
Okay.
And that's not why we picked her. Mm-hmm. We were actually.
Why is that not why you picked her? Right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong, Kurt? Like,
No,
why?
You're not. You're not exactly right.
That's not why we picked her. Why? That's a magnificent work. Getting OJ off with everything. Everything came together, including the jury selection. You definitely want to pick her for that.
Yep.
Woo. All right, time for some more. Time for a little more bourbon.
A little more bourbon?
Yeah. Here we go.
Very concerned that might be more of a negative. Here working for OJ, but the way I had used one other jury consultant in another case about 8 years ago, and I was less than satisfied. Mm-hmm. So we didn't look there, and I just made some calls to some.
The worst thing to happen to you is when you pay and you're less than satisfied. If you know what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. And juries.
Attorneys I knew, and they gave me some names. I did a little bit of research on the internet, and I started calling people. And there were 5 people I kind of honed in on. And one, his name was Joe, and his last name escapes you right now. But he had been the jury consultant in Terry Nichols' case. And I received his name from a law school professor of mine who worked on that defense, who I still stay in touch with. And we really liked him. And then there was another individual who happened to just be one of my law school professor's kids, but he's now in his 40s, out of Chicago, who had done a fair amount of this. We're looking for somebody who had experience with criminal law.
Yeah.
And the last woman I called, the first question I always asked was, have you ever done any criminal cases? And she said, I haven't. And I said, well, then we really don't need to go any further. And she goes, but I do have somebody I refer cases to. And I said, who is that? And she said, Joellen. And she goes, do you know who that is? And I said, yeah, I do. And she goes, would you be interested in talking to her? I said, well, it can't hurt.
Listen to the enthusiasm. Yeah, I do. Well, it can't hurt. Okay.
He has an interesting personality. It's a lot different from mine, that's for sure. But I guess it works for him. So fair enough.
Now, I think Barnes has said that, Joellen was like, he didn't seem to be super impressed with her. So maybe Richards kind of had some initial agreements there. I mean, he's happy with the results, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But very, very interesting play on that.
And to her credit, I didn't want to call her right away because I knew she was on the West Coast, and within a couple hours before I would even feel comfortable calling her, she called me and we talked and we kind of hit it off. And so we liked her. She was more expensive than the other one who was on the top of the list, but not by much. And we ended up letting the family, Kyle and his family and advisor, decide. And they picked her, and we couldn't have been happier.
Did she use mock juries?
We did 3 mock juries simultaneously.
What did you learn from them? What do you mean simultaneously?
Unbelievable.
So, tell us the mechanics of the simultaneous mock juries.
Corey played the prosecutor, and I was the defense lawyer. We did an opening, which was a little bit more argumentative than a regular opening. And then, Corey did his, I did mine. Then we put Kyle on the witness stand for 2 of the mock juries. The third one was excluded and shown in videos that we thought were very pertinent, which would be shown at trial, but without Kyle testifying. And then each juror was given an iPad, and at each phase of the mock jury, they answered 31 different questions, which kind of scored our persuasiveness and things like that. And you watched the pre-test, you saw the opening and we got movement. And then you saw Kyle testify and we got a lot of movement and hardly any movement from the group that didn't see him. And then we did closings. They were given the same instructions that we believe the jury would be given. And then they were given about 2 hours to deliberate.
And did you film the deliberation?
It was being videotaped.
Right.
And we were watching it live.
Okay.
So there was a monitor in each one, and we had headsets so we could just change between the rooms and watch it. And watching how they picked the 4-person, things like that, it was incredible to watch. There was one gentleman.
This is something that would actually be really valuable if every lawyer got not all lawyers and not all cases are going to have anywhere near the resources to do this. This is a very expensive thing. First of all, you have to hire a bunch of random people to play jurors. Then you have to pay lawyers for the time to do this, to make these arguments and to do this stuff. And then you have to pay someone to help you develop the questions, right? You got to pay the expert, Joellen, or I think is her name, Joellen. You got to pay this expert to come up with the kind of questions that are going to give you the information you want. And then you have to analyze the data. It's an expensive process. And many lawyers may never even encounter any client with this type of resources, but to get the actual insight into how the jury room functions when people are just put into this room and let go, and you can actually record their interactions. And that is something of value, because that's how the jury room is, especially if they don't know explicitly that they're being recorded in it, or it's not like a camera in their face. It's just one up on the wall with some microphones or whatever.
I'm going to actually sign up for now, try to get some sleep. I just want to drop in and say hi and show my support.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks.
All right. Talk to you later, man. Bye.
Peace. And then there was me. You're left with me. Well, since Kurt is gone, I'm going to read a couple more super chats and then we'll get back into this. Thank you, by the way, to Kurt for coming on. Always appreciate having another warm body on the stream. Jason Schreiner says, silly me drinking bourbon or Canadian all this time. Thought Scotch drinkers were snooty and always got rye recommended from Scotch drinkers. So thank you for getting me over that stereotype. Rye is wonderful. It is. I think rye got a bad rap in the old days as being a cheap whiskey. Now they have very refined ryes that are really, really good. Some of my favorite whiskeys right now are ryes. Yeah, I mean, they're Albino Husky says, is this enough shekels for a good, dumb expletive juice? Albino Husky, I have to answer this question in the negative. I do. It's just how we are. It's just how it goes. Right? Is that how I'm supposed to do that? Is that how I'm supposed to do the response to that? Thanks, brother. Really appreciate it. Again, you guys who everybody, and don't take this the wrong way. Anybody, everybody watching right now is supporting the show. So when I say thank you to those who support the show, without an audience, the show doesn't matter. And so there's so many of you who are here all the time. I don't know how you do it. I don't know. I don't know if I like have dirt on you or whatever, and you're forced to do it. And maybe my alter ego while I sleep is sending you angry texts and threatening your kids or whatever. I don't know what it is, but to those of you who show up to any streams, it's such a cool thing for us to do. It's such a cool thing to be able to get on here, to talk and tell stories, and for people to come out and interact with us. It's for many of us, I only speak for me, but I know for many others, like talking, telling stories, sharing with people an experience is what we've always wanted to do, but you never had the ability. When I was a kid, you couldn't do this. Hell, when I was a kid, when I was 25, you couldn't do this. Not in this way. You couldn't do it and make a living. And that's because of you guys. And I appreciate the shit out of every one of you. So thank you so much. And of course, not everybody is able to donate, and that doesn't matter. But a big thank you to those of you who are able to and choose to as well. And I will always say, I appreciate all the support, but I would always encourage everybody, take care of yourself first before you ever support any online personality. But we, I speak for me and everybody else. We appreciate it. We really do. It changes the way media is done. And that is driven by the audiences, not by some corporation with a plan, not by some, business strategist at some fucking soulless building. No, it was done by the audience, at least for me. Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. So thank you for that. Brandon Coleman says, is this a book your wife made you read? Is what a book my wife made me read? What book? I don't know what that was in response to. Seagoody says, you can say fuck you to me all you want, uncivil law. I still love you for the cuck you are. In all seriousness, it's all love, even if you don't believe it. Jennifer Gunther says, I'm going to lose my job because of you. Love the whole panel. I am drunk. Took the day off because my job sucks. Love you all. Trump won. Right, Joe? Oh, Jennifer. It's a phenomenal super chat in every single level. Oh, the love languages thing. No, I never read it, right? I just got the executive summary on the 5 different things, and I only remember like 2 of them. Tyler Ventura. Sounds like, is that a Jesse Ventura? Today's verdict was a real gut punch. Pray for a shorter sentence for Kim. Just wanted to say thanks for teaching me so much these last few months and entertaining us along the way. Merry Christmas to you and your family, Nick. Hey, you too, Tyler. You too. Thank you so much. Run, it's Godzilla says, girlfriend's dad got me a Heaven Hill bottled in bond. Does he love me, Nick? I don't know. Is it good? If it is, maybe he does. Okay, I'll add Kurt to this description. Joined for a while by @uncivil. There you go. The Dane Pack says, well, after 2 years, it finally happened. I finally caught the coof. The most annoying part of it is I can no longer taste my cereal, which is soup. Breck says Heaven Hill is $8 a liter here. Heaven Hill is the Rittenhouse Rye parent company, and so I'm a little annoyed with them. Okay, here we go. Oh, we'll do a little more interview before we hit more super chats.
Who, when I was giving my opening, he was like not even looking at.
You guys, I saw a bunch of people saying Peter Griffin. Mark Richards is up in the kind of the front of the mouth. Peter Griffin Peter Griffin, that's back here in the back of the throat. You know, you get things in the back of the throat sometimes, and and it tickles. No, they're different. They're different voices, but they're similar. You do similar things with how it goes, but it really is where you're focusing the vocal. It's it's either up in the front or in the back. But yeah. I love actually the tech. I don't know if anybody talks about like the technical aspects of impressions and impersonations and voice work, because I just always did it by practicing things as a kid, and so that's it's weird to like talk about where you're putting your voice, because I know what I mean, but I don't know if other people know what I mean. But yeah. Anyway, here we go.
At the beginning, and then after we showed some of the demonstrative evidence, he kind of opened up a little bit. And then when Kyle testified, he opened up a lot and actually moved his chair out into the aisle where he was seated, and then gave closing, and he was like nodding with me. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And I told that to Joellen, and I did not look at any of the data while we were doing it or any of the feedback. And she goes, let's look. And you could just see this guy's line start down here for guilty and just go right up here. And then he was the foreperson in one of the juries and was actually leading for acquittal. I mean, it was
wild. See, there you go. That the problem. Now, Mark Richards, they got a good experience with the jury, the mock jury, and they got the result that they wanted. This is not a criticism, but the interesting thing about what Mark is saying is it worked out there, and then they don't know if it worked out or not in the courtroom, but that was one juror. Is one random guy. Like when you really get down to it, think about this. They had 36, presumably, mock jurors, right? 3 groups of 12 if they did it or whatever. And they based a decision to put Kyle in the stand on the one guy who changed from guilty to not guilty, became the foreman, and convinced everybody and advocated for Kyle. That's the reason they did it. It's the right choice. But think about the gamble there. They have no idea if any of the other 36 would have reacted in the same way. They have no idea if the 12 that followed would have done that. But they based it on the one guy. That guy left such a strong impression. It's cool. It's cool stuff. But it's casting bones. Albino Husky says, you get a lot of things in the back of this throat. Whoa. Giggity. Oh, my gosh. No, Death Wish for me, it's Richards in the front of the throat and Peter in the back of the throat. That's how I do it. But wow. Is it possible to sue the State Department? Yeah. I mean, you have to, not the department itself, but the head of the department, sure. Absolutely. Terminal insanity. Kyle testified for two of the mock juries, and one was excluded from it, I think they said. So anyway, we'll go on.
It was really something to watch.
I've only used focus groups a few times, but I have found them to be enormously useful in coping with trial anxiety. So, every now and then you'll hear a person use a turn of phrase that I will incorporate into a question to avoid sounding like a lawyer. Or,
it's a Glenn Cairn
trusting
glass.
the process. It's going to sound bad initially. If you can just keep open to the evidence, the guy will come around. Did you find yourself thinking of the focus group during the trial?
She gave us a book, which was about 2 inches, 3 inches thick.
Look, 2 things. One, I was thinking about the focus group because some of them were kind of hot, if I'm being honest, at least a Wisconsin 6. And then two, I'm always thinking about things that are 2 to 3 inches at the end of the day when I'm alone.
With all the comments, all the scoring, and I spent a lot of time reading through that book. And what the mock trial did was it forced Corey and I to be prepared very heavily about 7 weeks before the trial actually started. And it let us hone our messages. At the mock trial, I didn't spend.
See, and this is crazy to me because he's talking about how they were prepared 7 weeks ahead of trial and they honed their messages. I shudder to think what would have happened if they weren't prepared 7 weeks ahead.
Enough time on the Huber count, which was the first degree murder count. And the jury really had the most problems with that one, the mock jury. And we cleaned that up a lot we got some videos enhanced that we were able to do through one of our experts. And we really brought a lot more facts to bear on that case. And this jury acquitted on this case over days. So they started deliberating on Tuesday. They found the first not guilty they signed on Wednesday, which was for Anthony Huber and Jump Kick Man. Then on Thursday,
do the voiceover for Freedom Tunes and let Seamus know you're ready. I guess I think I watched one of the Freedom Tunes videos, but I'd have to watch more and see what voices they're talking about. Yeah, Death Wish. Yeah. Yeah. There's all sorts of weird stuff with impersonations, impressions. Like when you do Elmo or Mickey. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. I spent too much time imitating voices. I should probably find like a bunch of glass and eat it.
They acquitted on Grosskwitz, and then on Friday morning they acquitted on Rosenbaum and Richie McGinnis because they dated the verdicts. They didn't keep everything open. They did it kind of not by count number, but obviously what they felt as though was easiest. So that the mock trial for preparation and just what people thought was important, invaluable.
Do you think you would have won the case without the mock trials?
Yeah, I'd like to think I would, because that's the first time I've ever done one.
I honestly, I think they would have won the case with just about any defense as competent as they raised. I mean, we owe them the credit for winning the case, but I really they're talking about these mock juries and everything. I really didn't see anything special in that courtroom. I didn't. I saw a lot to question in that courtroom. And I think it was just the facts of the case that won itself, and it was the defenses to lose, personally. I'm not here to besmirch anybody. Normally I am, but not on this one. They won. They won at the end of the day. We'll never know why they won specifically, but I have a hard time thinking that it was like the titanic Herculean efforts of the defense that won the case. Personally.
And I've, done a fair amount of jury trials and had pretty good success, but I can't for a minute discount what that did for us.
How many jury trials have you done?
120, 125.
Yeah, so you've been around for a while. I get that. Just next question, you can tell me to go pound sand. How much did your consultant cost? Are you comfortable with discussing that, or would you rather not?
It was close to 6 figures.
Wow. Okay, so that's less than I thought. But it's still real money.
Close to 6 figures for the jury consultant. Whew. Hope you have the dollars. Hope you have the dollars. It's pre-trial, y'all. And that's just for the consultant. That's not paying the attorney time with it.
Beyond the reach of most people.
And when I had the other one in the prior case, and I won't name the case, it was $250,000.
Wow.
And
Wow.
yeah, it was ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah, I might.
Hope you have the money. Hope you have the money. $250,000 for a jury consultant in a prior case. This is why, no matter what you think about like what I'm, okay, so this is I'll speak against my interests here. Ongoing, very violent feud with Andrew Branca over the Chad Reed, Kyle Kareth situation. This is why, not in a legal matter, because I'm right, okay? I'm right on that case, to be clear. So on the legal issue, you should listen to me. Branca, what does he even know? On the practical issue, you should listen to Branca. As a practical matter, Kyle Kareth should not have shot Chad Reed when he shot Chad Reed. Should have either shot him earlier or said, fuck, can't shoot him. Or shot him when he charged. Because Chad Reed was going to charge Kyle Kareth. That was the next step. He was gonna muscle up and try and intimidate and out testosterone Kyle Kareth. That's what was gonna happen. So he either had to shoot earlier or shoot later. But that's why you listen to Branca, because when Kyle Kareth shot, it's ambiguous. It's a harder question. He's prosecutable, where in other instances, he's not so prosecutable. He's a much harder to prosecute person if he fires as the guy is rushing up onto his porch. That's a much different time. It's a better time to shoot. And unless you got $100,000, $250,000 for a mock jury prior to trial, it's a $500,000 case. You got $500,000 to light on fire. I hope you do. But if you don't, that's why Andrew Branca and his law of self-defense classes make you hard to prosecute, make you make good decisions. The I doubt it boys, right? I think they may be guilty, but they may also very well have a justifiable self-defense claim. You know what the better self-defense claim is? If they just walked away and went home instead of fighting over a fucking mattress. Or if they backed up and that guy charges them, then blam, put him down. No problem. Way different case. Way different case. Take your swing.
I've never used a trial consultant. I've had mock trials, or not mock trials, focus groups. But the longer I've done this, I've been doing it. You and I are contemporaries. My view is jury selection, at least, is somewhat simple. I call it the bounce theory. You know, you walk into a room, there are 8 people sitting at a bar. You end up talking to one person, and if you can figure out how you ended up talking to that one person, you know what you're looking for in a jury. Somebody who's responding to you and who will listen, because you can't ask for more than that. If you try to indoctrinate jurors to get the people you like, well, the other side will strike them. And if they're indoctrinating them, you'll strike them. But all you want, at least what I want a juror that will listen to me and not be so put off by my role that they'd rather sit in the men's room than have a drink with me. But you know, that's me.
No,
What bars are you going to, homie?
I think we think we're a lot more important to the process than we really are.
Yeah.
Because you get that, you get those 20 people in that jury and you do your strikes. I think there's so little that you can do to.
No, I hear you. How long did it take to pick the jury in Kyle's case?
A day.
Wow. See, Connecticut, we have individual sequestered voir dire as a matter of right. I start evidence in a murder trial tomorrow. It took us 7 days to pick that jury, and that was fast. That was fast. You know?
Yeah, no, this judge, he did the general voir dire and basically gave us a little less than 2 hours each side to ask questions. And then the people who had issues that we didn't want to handle in front of everybody,
Right.
we brought into the back room. But we had the whole jury picked by 7 o'clock that night.
What's a typical court day there?
Start at 9 and done at 5, and morning break, lunch. He was running a tight ship. We were getting 45 minutes for lunch. We weren't allowed to leave the courthouse because of security, and they gave us another judge's jury room for our office during the trial, which worked out very nice.
Did the atmospherics, like not being able to leave the courthouse for security, the presence of the sound trucks and all that, just do you think it had an impact on the jury?
You know, they were aware of it because, especially as the trial went on, there were people outside chanting and things like that, and they asked the jury if
they asked the jury. It was kind of messy, a little bit bloody, kind of crunching on the bones. Not all axes are all that sharp. You know, in Wisconsin, we do a lot of logging, and people get a misimpersonation that maybe you should have a sharp axe, but you're kind of just using the kinetic force in a wedge shape in a lot of instances, but it depends on the application you're going for. I mean, you don't want obvious burring on your axe or even a bent edge. That could be a problem, but we're not talking about making it razor sharp like your kitchen knife, if you know what I mean, because that's a little brittle.
They wanted to have the jury room moved to the back of the courthouse where they wouldn't be able to hear this. And the jury said, we hear it, but it's not bothering us. So
it's not bothering us to hear that there's a bunch of angry people outside that kind of want to fucking kill us. I mean, we're okay. No, it doesn't bother us, Your Honor. They're just taking down our names and addresses and following our buses, and we're definitely not going to vote against the defendant, though. That would be weird if it totally bothered us, but it doesn't, Your Honor, even though we expressed explicit concerns about our safety and that it didn't bother us. I mean, we expressed concern about it, but that wasn't real. 10 says, I've really enjoyed Kurt's development in the last month. We all see his internal conflict unfolding. His emotion and transparency has more value than he recognizes. My respect for him has grown in the last week. Thanks, man. Bram Costa says, his is a hard example. What if a native was killed by her? White people killing minorities is no longer okay. If the laws need to change, then let's go. Let's do it. Abe Eckstein message retracted. Jay Haller says, Nick, whiskey-fueled rage is a feeling. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal, and a Happy New Year. Abe Eckstein says, Judge Chu's face when she saw the verdict before she read it, looked like her face dropped and was surprised. She knew it was wrong. It's legally the wrong decision. And with that, let me read this. Debbie Tom says, feeling devastated by this verdict. As a cop's kid and a mom of 7, I am overly sympathizing with Kim Potter. Any advice on how not to not feel so overwhelmed? Any word on how the Minnesota police are reacting to this verdict? I don't know that any have responded to my. Let me check. I asked to see if any of them would share some thoughts. Let me check and see if any came in. I didn't have a full time to check here. Holy shit, I got a lot of emails yesterday. Oh my gosh. That's fine. So this is from someone with 25 years in public safety. Says the biggest impact of verdicts like this in the defund movement overall is that I tell every young person who is interested in public safety to find something else. Maximize your talents in private industry and take care of yourself and your family We're just a number to civilization now. Retired LEO. Today is a kick in the teeth. The verdict makes me glad that I'm out. The evidence presented just didn't rise to the level of reckless, and I hope this is a wake-up call for all Minnesota law enforcement. They need to start thinking about getting out of the Twin Cities and continuing their career elsewhere. Another retired LEO. I'm a retired LEO from not Minnesota. I won't say the state. I retired from federal law enforcement when this stuff broke down to begin with. I missed it thoroughly and started working local, but it's just not worth the risk anymore. I'll be resigning effective immediately and emailing my letter now. Good cops will be gone, and lawlessness and criminal cops will be all that is left. This is a sad day for justice. I hope you and your family have a very Merry Christmas. Hey, thanks to you, brother, for your service, and thank you for the well wishes. My hope is that you have a Merry Christmas and find fruit in the private sector. Here we go. Again, without names. Good afternoon. I'm a cop in Minnesota. I work for 2 departments. One is in central Minnesota. Hey! Very cool. First off, I've enjoyed your commentary and analysis on the trials you've streamed. You've done an amazing job explaining law to those who are not in yours and my shoes. My question for you is, I enjoy my career as a cop, but all this crap going on against law enforcement is trying to protect the public really worth the possibility of going to prison? Again, keep up the great work. Hey, I'm going to respond, but maybe we should do this over pancakes or something and have a content. But look at how this is working. Look at how this is working on law enforcement. Here we go. Retired police officer, 26 years of service. Now full-time training coordinator at a police academy. Enjoyed your coverage. As a cop, I've always avoided defense attorneys and relied on prosecuting attorneys. Well, if I was still on the road, those roles would be reversed now. The damage caused by this trial and the other police trials going back to Freddie Gray have had a deleterious effect on the profession. Cops are retiring in droves. They're leaving the profession in droves. We don't seem to be losing the good ones. The largest effect that I see every day at my job is the lack of people wanting to enter the profession. Our attendance has dropped by half. We can fill the number of open positions at the departments that we serve. Police do not need to be shielded from all liability. We in the profession are hurt by actions like Chauvin. We want them removed and punished. It's events like Potter where the pressure of what we do are at issue before a jury, and the law expects every officer to be flawless, superhuman. We are human, and I'm afraid we're being held to a standard that is not possible. The race is not always to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. No matter the tactical advantage we have, it will never be enough to slow things down as much as we would like to make the best decision we can. To be P.S., it would be interesting to hear the likelihood of a successful 1983 case to follow, and that one of the 4 tests for seizure is intended means of seizure. Thanks, man. I mean, you're getting this. I got more of this. A bunch of police officers have emailed me. What is this? Okay, this is long. This is like 3 pages. Okay, we'll skip that one. Here's another police officer in Minnesota. Here we go. This is the last one I'm going to look at for now. I have thoroughly appreciated and enjoyed your channel and the panel coverage of both Kyle and Kim Potter. That being said, sitting here watching the verdict today was absolutely devastating to me personally. This is bullshit. I strongly feel that I'm the kind of person that got into law enforcement for all the right reasons. I wanted to be able to assist people and victims on their worst day. I became a police officer in rural Minnesota after growing up in the West Metro. Spent 5 years and tens of thousands of dollars to pay for my own bachelor's degree in law enforcement and our state skills program, just like the vast majority of police officers in Minnesota. This is the type of career that you will make mistakes in. Many of them regularly and throughout your career. 99% are very small, like forgetting to shut the driver's door of a suspect car after you have them step out. Any one of us could be Kim Potter, regardless of whether you're a rookie patrol officer or a SWAT team commander. I get a PowerPoint on Taser sent to my email every year. Don't read it because it's the same every year. Then take the dumb multiple choice test and get certified with 100% correct and 2 shots fired out of a Taser at a paper target per year. My department provides me with hundreds of rounds of handgun ammunition and multiple firearms trainings per year. Every year, I personally spend thousands of dollars on outside training that I attend on my days off. I shoot 5,000 to 10,000 rounds per year to be the most proficient in my skills. I feel like I can only do so much to prevent a horrific mistake. How can society expect me to do my job with the weight of prison or death hanging over my head if I make a mistake? I work by myself in the middle of nowhere where the nearest backup is 15 to 20 minutes away. The odds of me having to use deadly force in a fight are much higher than a city cop who has backup with him at all times. I'm terrified that I might hesitate and get killed because I might be picturing myself in prison rather than defending myself in a situation. I don't know how much longer I can stay in this profession. I love my job and the community I serve, but I have to think about my family's future. Sorry about my jumbled thoughts. They're not jumbled, brother. They're not jumbled at all. Feel free to share any portion of this. I'm sending this from a personal email with my real name attached to it. I'm not going to do that to you, though. I would appreciate it if you would not make my last name public due to the nature of the climate we're in. Feel free to reach out if you are seeking any specific information from Minnesota LEOs. And then thanks for everything. I look forward to continue watching. Merry Christmas. Hey, Merry Christmas to you, brother. I wish I had a good answer. I really wish I had a good answer for what to do. I don't. Another one. Retired police officer. I just retired from the police department in Philly. After the George Floyd riots, police work became unbearable. Imagine coming to work every day knowing that you're going to be called all sorts of vile insults and you're instructed to take it. Everything you do is on camera. If you're caught turning your camera off while being blasted with unprovoked verbal attacks, you can expect a 30-day suspension without pay. A second violation within 18 months will result in discharge. There's absolutely no respect for law enforcement in Philly, and I suspect it's the same everywhere. Cops are so stressed, it's amazing they can function. After 2 of my coworkers committed suicide just 2 months apart, I decided to get the hell out of there. Cops are more focused on staying out of trouble than doing the job. Every cop I know is in survival mode. It's no wonder why crime is out of control in Philly. From my family to yours, Merry Christmas and stay well. Hey, you too, and stay safe. Stay safe. I got an active duty police officer, by the way, if you're watching tonight. I didn't see your email earlier, but I would love to have you on a different night. Well, I'm going to reply to you. We'll work it out. So, okay, that's good for now. There might be some more. And any others, by the way, Ryan, if you're watching, especially that last email, if you can do something with those cop emails, if you can clip those out and put them together so people can see the impact of stuff like this, if you could do that, I'd appreciate that. If you're not watching, I'll text you later. But if you are watching, send me a chat or tag me in the chat so I don't have to text you later. But this is tough, man. This is tough. Can I redact the personal info of those emails and post them so we can share them? I might post them to my locals page with info redacted. We'll see. We'll figure it out. I mean, I honestly, like, look, I have not always been nice to police officers, right? I'm not on videos. They're cops I've been very critical of and stuff like that. But I also have talked about the cops that I know, right? And I know cops around this area. I've interacted with them as a defense attorney, usually not ones I'm in cases with, as friends and neighbors, as church members. And the ones I know, I mean, the reason I tell people not to talk to cops is because I respect the cops' ability to get the job done. That's why. It's not because I think that they're bad people. It's that that's how you protect yourself. To see this, at the end of the day, like, no matter how pissed off I am about a ticket, at the end of the day, these are the guys covering your ass when you really have a problem. These are the people investigating when you have a crime. Now, look, in some places, LA, San Francisco, you're going to get a different experience, right? The end user license agreement on cops in San Francisco right now, and it's not the cops' fault. It's the management's fault. It's the executive branch. It's a little bit different than somewhere else. They might not be investigating your burglary, right? But in most of the country, they are. And these guys, a lot of these guys, they want to do the right thing. They might be constrained. I don't think the officers in Minneapolis wanted to give up the 3rd precinct to be burned to the ground. I'm pretty sure that they didn't want that. But Mayor Jacob Frey, with his rolled up cuffed jeans and his stupid little line dance bullshit, that's what gave up a police precinct to be burned to the ground, to have where you go to work every day, where your locker is, where you're meeting up with your coworkers after a tense situation, where you're decompressing or debriefing after a use of force or after a near-death experience, that gets burned to the ground because Jacob Frey's worrying about getting reelected. Fuck Jacob Frey and Tim Walz and all these people, all these pathetic pussies who would cede society to the mob for their own political gain. Fuck them. Yeah, Ryan, I see you. I see you, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, the St. Louis mayor was all for the mob until they showed up at their house. Absolutely. Absolutely. That was the McCloskeys, right? That gated community. That was the mayor's house was in that gated community. That's when suddenly the riots became untenable. Who's that NBA player who's like, yeah, you go out there and you tell people how you feel. It's like, whoa. Don't come to my community, though. What are you doing in my community? Oh, I'm sorry. You think your gated community is immune to riots? You're wishing what? You're wishing it on the poors? I don't know. Let's get back to Richards. Anyways, to the officers who sent stuff in, thank you. Heartfelt thank you. And honestly, my best wishes, my most Godspeeds, my genuine prayers go up for you, the safety of you, and the decisions that you have to make that thank God most of us don't have to make over the next weeks and months in the wake of these types of decisions and these types of prosecutions that are becoming more prevalent around the country. And I don't envy your position. I only hope that you're able to manage either staying at work honorably as you will, or manage a transition out of that type of position and into something that's better for you. And remember, your duty to the community is second always to the duty to yourself and your family. Always. A lot of people want to act like this duty to the community is higher than the duty to yourself or your family. Yourself is your family unit. That's your ability to create a family. That's your ability to manage a family, even if you're single. But your duty to you and your family is always superior to your communal duty. Remember, communal, it comes from communism. And I think a lot of people have been perverted into thinking that is a higher duty, rather than realizing that the nobility of committing yourself to your community is that it necessarily impacts the commitment you can make to your family. That's where the nobility and respect for service comes from. It's not because the act itself is somehow special, or that you actually have a duty, that you owe something to society. You don't. Society owes us everything. Society owes the individuals everything, because society derives its power from our rights. We lend them to the government. We lend them out. And if we took them away tomorrow, we would keep them. The government would not. But that being said, you don't owe anything to society. You don't owe it to your community. The fact that you give up a little bit of you to serve everybody else is commendable. But take care of you. We'll take care of ourselves if we have to. And you'll be welcome. You'll be welcomed back into individuality with open arms, so long as they remain within the non-aggression principle, right? But I mean that. I really do mean that. Because in the absence of law enforcement, that's when we pick up our own slack. And we say, all right, we have to deal with this shit. We have to deal with this shit on our own in our own communities. You don't have to bear that burden. I mean, some of you will, because some of you are better people than me, and that's great. That's the key. But some of you can't. You got a new baby. Like, I was very critical of the guy who shot Philando Castile. Still am. I know people think it's justified shooting. That's fine. That's fine. I'm still kind of critical of his behaviors on that day. But a classmate of mine, an old high school classmate of mine, knew that guy, and he just had a baby, young wife, him. He faced prison over his fear that he was going to die that day. And it's easy to be critical and clinical about someone else's actions, right? In hindsight, it really is. Simple thing to do. But when they told me that, it was like, it brought home the impact. And made me think, could I do that? I can't. I'm sorry. I would always value me and my family over the service aspect of it. That's just who I am. And it's commendable that there are people who are different than me. So that's my toast and cheers to law enforcement officers. It's kind of rare on this channel because I'm a defense attorney and we talk from that perspective. But that is my heartfelt toast and cheers.
You're not going to argue with them.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So one thing that mystified me about the trial, and I betray perhaps my ignorance and maybe even stupidity here, but I got to ask it anyhow. The issue on the prosecutors commenting on Kyle's right to remain silent. I didn't see that piece of the testimony and didn't watch it, but I'm thinking to myself, why is it categorically the case that if you're making a claim of recent fabrication, you can't say to a person, isn't it true that the first time you've said X is today, even if they've evoked?
What? It just broke. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta
Get that.
And true that the first time you've said X is today, even if they've evoked before. Is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
And is it categorically the case that you cannot say that ever?
I've had
pretty much
different judges do it differently.
Yeah, because I thought there was wiggle room there, and I just didn't see. I wondered if there was more to that, because I can You know?
I've seen judges let it happen.
Okay.
Those judges are wrong. Let's be very, you have an absolute Fifth Amendment right to silence. You have an absolute Sixth Amendment right to representation. They cannot be negatively used against you. They cannot draw negative inferences from those. That is the clear Supreme Court evidence. If a judge allows that, you move for a mistrial, and if you can, you do an interlocutory appeal on it immediately. Immediately. What are you doing? Don't allow it. They don't allow it. Judge Schrader actually handled it mostly. I think he should have mistrialed the case right then and there. Frankly, that's what I think he should have done, to send a message to the other prosecutors. This is high profile, and he let that happen. He should have mistrialed the case. Consequences of that be damned. But that being said, you can't let that stand. The only reason that they're not currently fighting over that mistrial is because they won.
Okay.
Especially in federal court. But
Oh,
we were going to object and see what happened. And
yeah. Well, and then, yeah.
And that wasn't, because this case was televised, people were texting me who I didn't know with object asshole.
Object asshole. I don't even know how they got my phone number, really. No, and to be very, very clear, I never intended people to ever contact any of these lawyers. I don't think it's helpful, but I do find it funny. Don't do it. Do not do it. But it's too much noise and not enough signal.
Protect your client. And I had my phone on because Joellen was giving me observations from the jury. And after the first day, when all this stuff started happening, I had to turn my phone off because it was just, it was like,
Yeah, no, I got you.
It was like buzz, 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 kind of like Binger's vibrator over there. Every time he sits down, it's like buzz, buzz. My phone didn't stop when I stood up, though. It kept buzzing. Jiggling, I think, is what I call it. The jiggle physics of the phone, the jigglation.
Well, I mean, I get lots of those asshole comments. You know, yeah. I mean, did you get any death threats in this case?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did
They told me to die of old age. They said, by the time you finish this sentence, you'll probably be 85, which I thought was a little unfair. I mean, honestly, I don't talk that slow. I don't add a bunch of words that don't need to be said or anything like that. I'm not really sure what they were getting at.
Need your own security?
I didn't. And there was only one. I mean, I kind of sloughed them off, but the night of the verdict, because there were so many death threats and things like that, I quit answering my phone. And I was doing some media, and I gave the producers my wife's cell phone number.
Why would you do that, Mark? No.
And I picked up my wife's cell phone to answer it. And it was a gentleman, using that term in the broadest sense, who said, the first words out of his mouth were my home address. And he said, everybody there tonight is going to die.
Oh, damn.
And
now, see that this stuff is probably not, since he's saying this is on verdict day, right? So this is after the verdict comes in. This is Antifa right there. The people saying object asshole. I mean, well, but listen to this. Guy who says home address, everybody's going to die. That's on verdict day. I don't think anybody watching our stream was going to be in that crowd. We were all largely in support of Kyle.
That was the only one that kind of really pushed me back a little bit.
Someone says that is crossing the line. No, any contact to these guys is crossing the line, in my opinion. There's no purpose in contacting them. If I'm doing a case, for example, and someone sends me unsolicited advice on how to run it, what the hell am I going to listen to you? I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. I don't know what you're telling me. I don't care for the most part. I felt even I felt apprehension about emailing Earl Grey about the slowed down video. I think it's a weird thing. They're running the case. That's their job. And I don't like adding noise. I don't like adding this clutter to their already voluminous task. And maybe it's because I have an idea of how busy that task is. But yeah, I'm not a fan. They'll do it. And we can freely criticize them. If they take, if they endeavor to look into the criticism and modify their behavior, that's up to them. And that's, good or bad or whatever that is. Reaching out, proactively contacting them, that's a stretch for me.
The FBI was involved. The FBI was very helpful. They were tracking those down.
The FBI was very helpful. What they did was they put a fixed wing drone up in the air, but they wouldn't give me the HD video of my own house. I thought that was a little curious, to be honest. Generalissimo says, given Judge Mommy's age, we shouldn't be surprised that this case was a terrible miscarriage of justice. Horrific dead baby jokes aside, I'm glad to see that Jim Gaffigan is still interested in law. He was never very funny. Oh, damn. Sam Kurzik says, big fan here for the grift. Oh, get grifted. Just directed a fun Marvel fan short. Check out the Black Cat fan film on YouTube. Support conservative Hollywood. Guys, check out the Black Cat fan film on YouTube. So thank you for that. Ponton 21 says, those rights we lend comes in the form of our consent. Consent is basically one's free will allocated to another. All power is derived from the accumulation of consent, willing or manufactured. When we all withdraw ours, they'll be out of business. Correct. Let's see. All right, next. James Spoon. God damn. Where is this? Heresy! Turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing, and gravy are the emperor's choice. Selecting 3 out of 4 will get you 100% recycled. Just messing with you. Merry Christmas, Nick. I don't know what it is. Look, my mom makes an oyster stuffing or an oyster dressing, which is out of Louisiana. It's a Cajun dressing or stuffing for Thanksgiving. It used to be, she might do more seafood in there than oysters now. I kind of like that. That's the most I like it, but I still just don't, I don't know. Stuffing is the food of the poor. Oh, we're going to take our crusty old ass bread, cut the mold off, and put the rest of that dried up shit in with some cheap vegetables, some garbage root vegetables, and mix it up and call it good. No, that's okay. That's okay, buddy. I'm not a big fan of stuffing or dressing. You guys can eat it all day. All day. If I'm eating stuffing or dressing, I'm dumping gravy on it anyway. So I might as well just eat spoonfuls of gravy, which I do. Says the ramen lover from Death Wish. Yeah, look, I love the poor food. I love the poor food. Incarnation Art says, my favorite food growing up was a dish I think my dad made up called Grow Food, which is basically hamburger, cream of mushroom soup, and white rice all mixed up into an awful slop that you put on a plate. And it's called Grow Food because it's like oatmeal where you take a scoop out of it and it just kind of slides and fills in. It looks like you didn't eat anything yet. That's why it was called grow food. I loved that shit as a kid. I ate it all the time. Like, look, I'm down with was Jeff Foxworthy or Bill Engvall did a section on broke food. Yeah, like hot dogs in your macaroni and cheese. Yeah. Get it. I love it. I go up and eat cold Oscar Mayer hot dogs almost every night after the show because I just crave some meat, some long cylindrical meat in my mouth, and the only way I can get it is a hot dog. No, I eat that shit all the time. I love it. Ramen. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah. Look, I'm not, just because I'm calling stuffing the food of the poors doesn't make me a food snob by any means. I love high price food. I love the cheapest food you can find made good. Made good. Put enough salt and fat and stuff and it tastes great. You could put lard in cereal. It'd be delicious. James Incarnation Art says, sent you a DM on Twitter, Nick. Hope it makes you smile. Love the show and happy holidays, brother. Hey, thank you. Back to you. Same to you. We've got Steve C says, can we get 2 seconds of thought for Kim Potter, hopefully sleeping? Sure. There you go. Hopefully Kim is doing okay. Shit on a shingle is different. That's cream tuna on toast, which is repulsively delicious. Cream tuna on toast. It's like tuna and mayonnaise or Miracle Whip or some shit. You just slap it on some fucking toast that you made and then put it in the oven and it gets even more disgusting. Ugh. Oh, you do it with beef? For my wife's family, shit on a shingle is cream tuna on toast. That's what it was. That's for them. I don't know. This just all, the funny thing is we're like, I'm making fun of all this broke food that exists. This is all just a normal breakfast in England. They're like, oh, this is gourmet. Wow, this is wonderful. Add some baked beans to it, and suddenly you have a fucking 5-star dinner. What is up with Britain and their inability to eat good food? Apparently chipped beef on toast. Okay, anyway. Gummy says, Richards, we spent close to 6 figures on cheese and food, and the jury really responded well to it. Return the iPads after that because I needed 36 iPads for the power to run simulations. Merry Christmas. Amazing Wireless 2 says, Merry effing Christmas. You too. You too. The AA Ron says, I'm not in the law enforcement field, but rather a regular civilian. My heart goes out to Potter and her family. LEOs step up to do a job I don't know if I could ever handle myself. My heartfelt thanks to all of them. Ponton. Oh, I read that one. Okay. There we go. We're getting through this thing.
They were tracking more so the Kyle ones down, which, you know, if I got 2, he got 200.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Corey, my co-counsel, his wife, who's one of my wife's best friends, they live in Madison. They actually rented an apartment for the month and didn't live in their house.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be like that. I mean, and I've never had a case where I've gotten this level of vitriol, but whatever.
I had one
Vitriol,
where
it's
this guy
vitriol,
kept
buddy. It's
calling
vitriol.
in my office, and he'd hang up, or I'd pick up. You're a fucking scumbag. This, that, everything else. So one night I'm in the office. It's about 8, 9 o'clock. I'm hungry. I'm grouchy. I'm getting ready to go home, and I see the number on caller ID, and it's him. So like an asshole, like the asshole he accused me of being, I picked up the phone. And I said, let me guess, I'm a fucking asshole. I'm gonna rot in hell, and you're gonna make sure I get there. Am I right? Fuck you. Hang the phone down. So then he kept calling, and we ended up finally having to call the police on the guy, and he ended up getting arrested for telephone harassment or something. And I feel bad about it. I don't know what happened to the case. I did egg him on a little bit. I have to own that.
No, you didn't egg him on. You come on, you didn't egg that guy on. What are you talking about? Stop apologizing for that. One of the best things in the world is when you're having a shit day and you pick up a phone call that you know it's garbage. I love those Indian scammers. Oh, I would like to tell you about my offer from Microsoft about your car's auto insurance. Oh yeah. Let me hear it. Let me hear it, because I'm going to tell you about the insurance you're going to need when I kick that ass into fucking orbit. Jeez. Stop apologizing. Jesus. Okay, here we go.
And I did that on a couple of emails. I mean, who's got the time to send a 3-page threatening email?
No,
I'm not that good at typing.
No.
And so I would just.
Can you imagine Mark Richards typing an email? I expect it's like, Havoc. Period. Space. I think there's 2 spaces. Cheese is delicious.
I answered a couple of them that were really bad. I said, I thank you for your support, and I'm glad you think so highly of me. And that would just make them madder.
Well, I've got a sarcastic one that I use, and that is, do not send me a bill for the space I occupy in your head. I refuse to pay the rent.
Whoa, he owned a epic troll. I'm not living rent free in your head, buddy.
Oh, that pisses him off.
Oh yeah, you owned the libs and the trolls and the anonymous Russian bots there. I love nothing more than when like someone who's 55 tells me how they owned someone on the internets. Like, I'll tell you what really pissed him off. Yeah, it did. You got him, buddy.
And then I had some little old lady years ago from California. On the anniversary of some date significant to her, she'd send me a hate letter, and I used to frame them and put them on my wall, thinking, man, at that point, I'm not even sure I'd been to California, and she thinks so much of me, she hates me. And then when the letter stopped, I assumed she died. So I keep waiting to get a box of chocolate from hell. Eat this and come join me.
I was sent a large chocolate penis. Told to suck on that, which my secretary got a kick out of, and my partner thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
And I thought, I looked it up online, and it cost like $27. I thought,
man, oh man, yeah, I know, yeah, I don't know. So another issue that surprised me that the prosecutor.
I got a $27 penis mailed to me, made out of chocolate. I don't know if it was a race thing. They could have gotten a white chocolate one, I think. I might have. No, I'm not going to answer that. My secretary thought it was funny, though. I fucking love cocklet.
Peter blundered into was the use of character or propensity evidence in the face of a motion in limine. What happened there?
Well, I mean, there was a couple of different times that they, did it. I had filed a motion to put in Rosenbaum's prior record, which was, he had been convicted of numerous counts of sodomy to very young boys.
Wow. We knew this. Abe Eckstein says, I'm thinking of a possible legislative fix for police involved incidents. Oh, excuse me. Number one, you can request a bench trial. Again, everybody's making out like bench trials are the bee's knees. I'm not convinced that a bench trial, like, judges aren't good at being objective. Look at Schrader. Juries are instructed to, they don't, but they're instructed to not go online, read about the case or whatever. What was Judge Schrader talking about every fucking morning? Every morning. Well, I was looking at CNN and I noticed that the reporting on there wasn't so great about me. Every morning. Do you think Judge Chu isn't checking up on wasn't checking up on the Potter case? They're not under orders. No one stops them from looking at it because judges believe their own bullshit. They believe their ability to separate themselves from their emotions, from their responses, and from their influences is actually better than yours or mine because they're a judge. They ignore the fact that they're a judge because they were either elected or appointed. There's not like a judge class. There's not like a special thing that makes them particularly immune to this. They just literally think they are because they got a robe on. I would not pick a bench trial. I would not. I don't think that is I do not think that is a helpful thing to do. Number two, it needs a special prosecutor that can't be affiliated with the state. What do you think? Look, special prosecutors to go after the state is probably a good idea, but they're going to go harder on cops, frankly. Special prosecutors are going to go harder on cops than states do 99% of the time.
Between 5 and 9.
Oh my God.
Did 15 years in Arizona prisons. And really it just got out. And his his disciplinary record in prison.
Thinking about that chocolate penis got you all choked up, didn't it? Yeah.
That's the first time this podcast host just wrecked Mark Richards. Oh, that's the funniest thing that has happened the entire interview. Thinking about that chocolate penis just got you all choked up. Oh, RKO out of nowhere off the turnbuckle. Jeez. Oh, this guy has been a pretty dry host most of the time, but he just came in with boom, the overhand right. And Mark Richards is done.
And they do that to me all the time, yeah.
But so we wanted, our theory part of it was that he was trying to take Kyle's gun because he couldn't buy one. And his buddy Zeminski had a gun. And the judge didn't buy it. I would have been happy to just let the jury know that he was a convicted felon. But he didn't go for it. And that was one of the motions we lost. And, everybody jumped all over me for trying to file that, but I don't care. And Kraut started going into it with Rosenbaum's girlfriend / fiance, whatever she was.
Oh, we're getting married, and at the wedding registry, I've got books on virtue that you can buy for me. Anything by Cicero.
Everybody, the most dangerous time
that
when
wasn't
you're turning
funny.
your life around or you're a fiance, is you're going to get killed. So she was up there, and they started asking about the reason he didn't like being around guns.
Guys, any lawyer you've ever met with a sense of humor is an anomaly, a gift from God that should be hugged and loved. Because did you hear that? That was not funny. The penis joke was an anomaly because that he roasted the shit out of Richards with the penis joke. But that one is like, I got a book on virtue. You missed the bus. You not only missed the bus, you're in the wrong town and you've been mugged. Oh, I don't think I have a sense of humor. I'm just out here speaking the truth.
And I said to the judge, and the judge looks at me and goes, like that. And Krause wasn't there for that motion. He wasn't a part of the prosecution team. And I just walked up to Jim and I said, you go into this, his priors are coming in.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, and he stopped. So that happened. And then the same thing happened.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Let him go into it. I'm going to warn you that if you do this, we're going to wreck your shit. But if you don't, we're not. Just let him go. Let him open the door. Let him get 2 to 3 questions in. Then say, Your Honor, we need a sidebar. And then say, they've opened the door. Why would you cut them off? They're about to take garden shears to their penis. And you're like, hold on. You might not want to do that. What do you know?
When Corey was cross-examining that Hughes Grossquitz's aunt, they were going to put the girlfriend on, but she had so much baggage regarding taking the skateboard and not turning it over to police and this, they didn't even want to put her on. So they put the aunt on, and she was starting to testify about his character for, caring and nice.
I can hear a door opening. Yeah.
You can hear a door opening, but let Richards tell you about how he helped the prosecution close the door there.
And Corey goes like this, and he raises his hand kind of, and the judge goes, we're going to excuse the jury. And he excuses the jury and he goes, Mr. Krause, if you go there, they get to. And the judge goes, how are you going to prove it? He goes, criminal complaint he pled guilty to, which we had. And he goes, I'll just go into this. Held a knife to his brother's neck and said he was going to kill him. And then this, and Krause goes, we're not going to go into this anymore.
Yeah, you think?
So then the jury's like wondering, why is this lady even up here other than to put this picture of him holding his skateboard into evidence? And she was excused, and then she just said,
should have let it go. Let her say he's a hero. Let her say he's great. And then say, Judge, now's the time. We're coming on cross, and we're coming hard all over Huber's aunt.
Through the rest of the trial crying or looking sad.
Another that I thought the fix was in for bizarre politics in this case when I saw headlines erupting. Judge won't permit decedents, I don't think it said that, to be called victims. That struck me as a no-brainer. I mean, you're not a victim unless and until the jury says the crime.
He just went up 9 octaves. That struck me as a no-brainer. That was wild.
Committed.
We didn't even file that as a motion.
So how did that come about?
That's this judge's policy and has been for over 20 years. And the first time it happened was when it was the bond hearing. And in Wisconsin, we have this thing called Marcy's Law where victims have the right to speak. So this lawyer who's representing all the victims' families, I won't even say her name because I just despise her.
She was evil personified. You can find her at, I've never mind.
But she starts, she says victims. And the judge goes, you've appeared in my court, and he let her have it. He goes, we don't use that word. They're complaining witnesses. And then she said something about, bail is a privilege. And he goes, no, it's not. It's a defendant's right. And so that was like that. And from that point on, it was call them what they are, complaining witnesses.
Yeah, I loved that about Schrader. I was saying Schroeder until I heard you say Schrader. I just thought, well, now here's a judge who takes the presumption of innocence seriously. And it was so refreshing. I mean, yes, they were killed, and had he been convicted, they would have been victims, but right now they're decedents. And I couldn't tell from Kyle's reaction how he took this personally. I don't want you to comment on your relationship with him.
I think the woman that he's talking about was someone from Crump's team that they local counsel maybe that they hired. I'm trying to remember who it was, but it was at the pretrial. This is the pretrial Zoom hearings. It was someone. She's not appearing on behalf of the state. She's a private attorney, I think, if I remember right.
But yeah, I mean, I just thought that was bizarre. I'm glad to know how that happened.
Well, and then the prosecutor tried to turn it around and said that we can't refer to them as rioters, looters, or arsonists. You know, and we're specifically speaking about Rosenbaum, Zeminski, and Huber more so than Groskowitz. But we had them.
I streamed it. Yeah. I remember streaming something like that. It's Gage's lawyer. Yeah.
Rosenbaum starting fires, his partner Zeminski starting fires. We had Huber, you know, giving the finger to the police and holding his skateboard up and purposely being shot by pepper balls, pushing dumpsters. So, you know, we weren't calling them anything that they weren't. And we tried to draw a line and between a demonstrator and a rioter.
Right.
And, you know, I believe in the right to demonstrate, but it crosses that line when you start burning buildings, garbage trucks, and people's property down.
Well, that's where I was sympathetic to Rittenhouse. I don't want to inject politics into this, but I thought, you know, I was outraged in the summer of 2020 to watch so many places burn while officers stood by. And I understand crowd control and maybe you just got to let the thing ebb. But it felt to me like the country had been hijacked for a while. But, you know, again, I don't want to make this into a political platform. I to this day, I had predicted that he was going to be convicted of the firearms count, and it never made it to the jury. And 2 or 3 people.
Angry Baneling. My obligation to Ridge is done. I've done 2 streams a month or two ads a month for the past several months. My obligation to them is done for the year. My contract will be up at the end of the year. I hope they want to renew. I hope they got good results because I legitimately like their products and I hope they want to renew and do another campaign. But you know, so no need to shill Ridge anymore. I mean, we could certainly shill them for the next 7 days.
People have tried to explain it to me. I read Professor Turley's article on it. I still don't understand it.
It's real straightforward. It starts with a general prohibition for people under 18. Then there's an exception if you're 17. And it's right in the legislative
16 or 17
history. So a 17-year-old in Wisconsin
16 or 17
can possess a long rifle as long as the barrel is longer than 16 inches with an overall length of 26 inches. So a 17-year-old has the same privileges in Wisconsin to shotguns and rifles as does an adult. They can't legally possess a pistol.
Okay.
And, you know, I raised this at the first appearance. I raised it at the preliminary hearing. And I raised it once in front of the judge and I lost all 3 times. And then I'm like, screw this. I'm done with this argument. I'm tired of getting my teeth kicked in. And Corey took it up. And every time we got in front of the judge, he did it again. And he must have a thicker head than I am or do. But he was right. And where it really the rubber hit the road was when the state submitted their.
Did he just basically say that he had completely given up on the obvious call that you needed to make that law was wrongly being wrongly applied? God, again, praise be for fucking Corey Sharafi.
Jury instruction, basically making it a strict liability offense.
Okay.
And we put the exceptions in, and the judge goes to the state, look, you're writing away half the statute. Deal with these exceptions. And he goes, well, that's not what it should be. And the judge goes, I disagree.
Yeah, the state was arguing that the exceptions built into the law were affirmative defenses. That's not affirmative defenses say in statutory construction, they say it is an affirmative defense to this charge to ... And you do that. Exceptions aren't affirmative defenses because exceptions are outside of the statute. Affirmative defenses are inside the statute. If you're inside the statute, you need to defend it, right? First degree murder. I pulled a gun, shot him in the face. It's an affirmative defense to say self-defense. Oh, okay. Yeah. But I'm still within the statute because if I fail my affirmative defense, I'm within the statute. This other thing isn't a fact question. It's a law question. If the facts are such, then the law is clear. In this case, the facts were obvious. Unless this is a short barrel gun, it's outside of the statute. So there's no factual question at that point over whether the gun length is compliant, because it either is or it isn't, and you know whether it is or it isn't. This isn't age, right? Age isn't a matter of debate. You're not trying to discern intent. Do you intend to be 18? Isn't a fucking question. Do you intend the barrel length to be longer than 16 inches? Isn't a fucking question. These are solid by the numbers issues that you can discern from objective observation. Once you discern those, there's no jury question here. It's not like one juror could find the barrel to be longer than another. The barrel is the length that it is. That's it. And so if the state isn't going to forward the argument that the barrel is shorter and be truthful about it, then the state loses. There's no jury question. It's a matter of law. And Judge Schrader's one of his biggest failings is not resolving that well in advance of the jury, but that Mark Richards is going to let it go is actually kind of sad to me.
And once the judge said, we're giving Richards and Sharafaci's instruction, they couldn't prove their prima facie case because we had the lead detective testify it wasn't a short-barreled rifle and that he was 17 years old.
Was there another gun charge that they could have charged?
No.
So as a matter of law, this was a case that shouldn't have even been presented to the jury at all.
That count was gone as a matter of law.
So I've watched the jury come in and I saw Kyle break down. I don't think there's any greater thrill than obtaining an acquittal for a person accused of a serious crime. Have you, again, I don't want to have you comment on Kyle and your communications with him. Are you able to say how he's doing now?
He's a different person. And I don't mean that like he doesn't have a care in the world. I mean that the weight of the world has been lifted off his shoulders. I saw him, he was in my vehicle when we left the courthouse through security. They brought me down to the office and we got him the hell out of here. We shook hands, we hugged, and sent him on his way. He came in, we talked.
I hugged a little low, to be honest.
He came into my office last Friday. We spent some time together, going over some loose ends, discussing things. And
we spent some time out by a dumpster. I had my pistol. He had a shotgun. He's used to using an AR, but I thought he'd be capable with a shotgun. We both had our shirts off. It was great. We were having a father-son kind of moment. This big orange giant fella came up to us and started yelling about a mattress. So I just put him down. That's what happened.
He's much, you can just tell he doesn't have the weight of the world on him.
Yeah.
And
I worry about him because I think he's going to be, he's a high value symbol for all sorts of people right now. And I hope that he's got a strong enough family and strength of character to avoid being used.
And that's what Corey and I talked to him about. And that's my biggest concern. I know he's talked to both sides. I know that the thing with Tucker Carlson, he's taken a lot of heat for. And, I'm not a Tucker fan. I never watched Tucker Carlson.
No kidding.
Until this case. And I watched him when Kyle was on his show. And the only thing I can say to that is when nobody believed in Kyle, Tucker Carlson did. You know, he went forward with this case and kind of gave a counter narrative, which I think ended up being true. And
nobody,
that,
Richards,
I can't thank
nobody.
him enough. I think his motives might have been less than pure, but
is Kyle a white supremacist?
No.
I mean,
and what I really want to address that because, we made a conscious decision after discussing with the client. They could not crack his phone. It was such a new iPhone. They sent it to the FBI. And we wanted to give them everything in his phone because we wanted some of the things in his phone. So we did a simultaneous data dump with the police, but we were the ones who had the code. And we brought it to the meeting with our forensic phone guy. And there was nothing on that phone. They did search warrants for all of his social media to Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, a couple of email addresses. He had never visited or went to any white supremacist things in his data history, had never, even searched any of that stuff. And we brought that out at trial.
What he did search was weird. I don't know what diaper play is or Furry Con Midwest Fur Fest. I'm not quite sure what this is doing. Mommy Milkies was another term that I didn't really understand. He had lots of searches for Ben Shapiro's sister, which is kind of weird. I didn't even know he had a sister before this. But he didn't have anything for white supremacy.
It became, once they couldn't prove that or allude to it, the state at least gave up on that part of it. But we still went into it at trial because it had been out there.
Yeah,
and
I hear you.
We wanted the jury to understand that was a false card that was played early.
Well, Mark Richards, we've talked our way through an hour, and I want to tell you, I'm thrilled that you agreed to sit. I am so impressed by the work that you did. I am.
Joke's on you. I'm not actually sitting down right now.
I'm doubly impressed by how you've handled the media afterwards. I mean, you are a lawyer's lawyer, and you did the hard work that justice requires, and you got justice for this client. They don't all get them. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but you always fight. Thank you very much for agreeing to sit with us.
I truly appreciate it. And I'd just like to say one thing. I can't thank my team enough. And I just wish more lawyers would not do media before the trial.
Having been guilty of that and having argued gag orders imposed on me in front of the state Supreme Court and taken that, I take exception to that remark, but there are occasions. I was once instructed by a client to go to who was facing a potential charge of murder in a case. Well, I can't talk about it, but I have gone to the media aggressively, and I do it. And I am, I like to say I'm a media whore. Watch me spread my lips. You, my friend, are not. You're a lawyer's lawyer, and if I was in a jam, I'd call you. How do people find you, Mark, if they want to talk to you more?
Mark Richards at Richards and Dimmer, Racine, Wisconsin. We have a very successful.
All you have to do really is look for the giant chocolate cock in through the window of my office. You can find me there.
Successful website, because that's how I get my business.
I'll bet you do. It's probably burning up the servers now. Mark Richards, thank you. Congratulations again on the work of a lifetime. I'm sure we'll be hearing more from you in the years to come. Be well, and thank you for sitting on Law and Legitimacy.
All right, there you go, guys. That's the Mark Richards interview. Oh, look at this. Look at this bump. Oh, it's embarrassing. It only goes away like when I do my hair specifically for a while and it kind of evens out. I can't wait. Thinking about ordering some temporary in-ear monitors. Wireless ones I don't actually get good luck with. It's probably because of where my computer is placed in general, but because I have wireless headphones that are fine, but I don't know. I don't get good luck with the Bluetooth headphones on a desktop. On laptops, they seem to be okay. But yeah. No, I'm really excited for my in-ear monitors. One, because the other thing about any headphone, it's it's pressing in on your head. And when you wear that for 9 hours, it's really rough. And those, the in-ears are supposed to sit in there just like almost unnoticeably. So anyway, okay. We've got some, does my audio interface have Bluetooth? It does not. Although I'm probably going to buy a new audio interface soon. I don't know. What I'm going to do is read through a bunch of chats real quick as I possibly can. And then we're going to go to Twitch. And I'm either going to play a video game or watch a movie or show. I don't know yet. Guess it kind of depends. Hashtag depends. Don't be a diaper fur. $100 for sure. In-ear monitors at Guitar Center. I'm nowhere near a Guitar Center, but there's a guitar store and a music store in my town that are independent. So I'll check them. I'll check them to see, but well, we'll figure it out. I do want some, because like I said, my other ones are going to take a month to mold. I think from the time I actually get them the molds, and that's not till mid-January. So it's going to be a bit before that happens. Are they paint pens behind me? No, they're paint bottles. There's paint brushes over there for mini. I like to paint minis. I say I like to. I'm not acting like I'm a big painter. I enjoy it. I don't ever have the time to do it. I've only painted a couple. But real quick, I mean, since we're on this show, this is one I've been working off. Todd McFarlane released a couple Warhammer 40K figures, 7-inch figures, I think, 6.5-inch, whatever. To me, they look like they're 12 inches. Anyway, he released a couple of those, and they released artist proofs of them. The artist proofs were unpainted, right? So I've been painting this Soul Drinker, right? I'm painting the Soul Drinker, working on that for a little bit here. That's what I've been painting with the minis most recently. Here's the pack of the Soul Drinker. You know, it's got some color contrasts and stuff. Kind of fun little project. It's not quite a mini. Here's the other side. This plugs into the back of them, so it doesn't matter so much. But it's not it's a little bit bigger. And I'm old and my hands shake a little bit much. So I kind of like the larger figures. I like to grab bigger things in my hand. Put it closer to the camera. You won't be able to see it because it's all blurry. It's focused back here. So, and I'm not autofocusing this camera. It's a pain in the ass. Autofocus can fuck off. Bookshelf tour, not today. But so anyway, I that's the project I've been working on. I want to get back to, but I also, I enjoy painting minis. I just don't get to do it very often. Make a painting stream, please. There's one coming. When I do painting streams, I paint with Heel versus Babyface. Love to paint with him. We talk culture and nerd stuff, and just have a good time while painting and laughing and telling very inappropriate jokes. So. A namer here says, what's it like knowing all your fans are fascists? You can't be proud of that, right? /r/fragile white Redditors all in the comment sections. Oh my goodness, no. A namer. Oh God. Oh, you're right. I'm going to reevaluate my life choices, and I'll probably go and I'll go volunteer at a monastery like you fucking vagina. Fuck off. Who cares? Who cares? Why do you care so much about people's political ideology? Does that mean they're not allowed to express beliefs? They're not allowed to have opinions? I let you have an opinion, and you're fucking retarded. So who cares? Who Why do you care so much what people's political backgrounds are? That's a genetic fallacy. You're a genetic deficiency, but that's a genetic fallacy. You don't get to invalidate an opinion based on your disagreement with their political dispositions. Fuck you and fuck where you came from. You get to say what you want. I give you the right to be retarded in my chat. I'm benevolent like that. But fuck off. Who cares? And by the way, as someone who is not a fascist, as someone who is basically libertarian, don't you want me talking to the fascists? Don't you want me to express a desire for individualism rather than state power and authoritarianism? Don't you want that? Don't you want advocacy from the other side? But someone who doesn't treat people like they're not people, don't you desire that? Because you're fucking ineffective at advocating to anyone. One, because you're room temperature IQ, and two, because you're just an abrasive piece of shit. But don't you want someone who's actually charismatic and can get people to listen to them to advocate against things like fascism? Because I'm for individual liberty, baby, all day. I don't care how many vaginas you want to carve into yourself. Go fucking do it. Go be brain damaged. I don't care about that. You care, though. You care if people deviate from your predisposed norm. I don't care. I'll take all the weirdos all day. All day. I trust weirdos over normies 10 times out of 10. You know why? Because weirdos tend to have thought about their positions, even when they're wrong. Imagine being as embarrassing as you. Oh my goodness. All right. All right. Next. Let's get back to these super chats. Then we'll wrap up the show, go to Twitch for a little bit. C. Goody says, if you want to help someone for the holidays, My Room Records' daughter has some oh shit, I'm a bad person. Has some medical issues / bills and donations would be greatly appreciated. Let me pull this up, guys. What? Oh, that's a PayPal. PayPal for My Room Records? Is the GoFundMe not up anymore? No, we still got to GoFundMe here. We still got to GoFundMe. Here we go, guys. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. See, Goody says he asked me to find it. Look, I don't even care about that. So here's the deal, guys. Many of you are familiar with my outro, The Whiskey Drinking Lawyer. The Whiskey Drinking Lawyer was written by a guy, written and performed by a guy named Ben Dial. I'm going to dox him in just a second anyway, so too bad. That's My Room Records. He's a great guy, great musician, great performer, and a good friend. And he has a GoFundMe here. He has a GoFundMe for his daughter, Lene Grace Dial. Here we go. It's in the chat here. I'm posting it in the chat. He had back in 2015. So this is an old picture. Baby girl was born with her lower half open. She has OEIS complex, which consists of an omphalically clavicle extrophy and enclosed spina bifida. Many of her organs are on the outside of her body, and she's one of the rarest medical cases in the country. So anyway, that was in 2015. She's been growing since then, right? She's a child now, not a baby, not an infant. And she requires some ongoing care. And we talked about this a long time ago. All right. I can't read all those medical terms at this point in the night. But they have a GoFundMe out here because she requires some serious medical help. This is and the round of help that she got. There's an update December 10th. Let's take a peek here, right? December 10th. It's been a while since we had an update because Lene has been at home. She had to go to the Mayo Clinic, or not the Mayo Clinic. Sorry, I'm automatically Minnesotaing that. She had to go into a specialty treatment facility. She was away from home for like 30 days. It was crazy. She had surgeries over and over and over on this poor kid. And then a long recovery time. So here we go. It's been a while since we had an update because she's been at home and just in recovery. There have been a number of things that happened with her care. She is still healing from her wound on her hernia, and that is difficult because the Eucerin healing cream is making keeping her ostomy bags on very difficult. That is only the minor inconvenience for us right now. The major issue we're dealing with is that her kidney function is not 100% because there are kinks in her tubes going to the kidneys. At this point, her doctor in Portland is going to reach out to Baltimore and come up with a plan for fixing those issues. On a normal kiddo, it would be very simple because she is so complicated down there, is going to make the process very difficult as well. So for now, she's going to have a stent put in her ureter tube to make the urine flow from her kidney to her bladder. This will have to be changed out every 3 to 4 months until she can go into surgery to repair the kink. This girl is 6 years old. 6 years old. She's had more surgeries than most of us will have in our entire lives. She's got a bunch more to come. Okay. Whether this is done in Portland or in Baltimore is still up in the air, but we will continue to pray for healing and that everything goes smoothly. Our team in Portland, especially her urologist, Dr. Aaron Bain, has been amazing in advocating for our sweet bean. We look forward to getting this all behind us and getting our little lady to a place where she can grow up without this invasion into her body. So that is the rub. Guys, I have 5 kids. I have 5 children. I get it, man. I don't know how to deal with this. My kids have had minor medical issues, nothing like this. Nothing like this. But I'm going to make a donation right now. I made a donation a long time ago, but I'm making another donation right now. And I'm going to ask people out there. Again, I never ask anybody to make a donation if I'm not willing to donate to it. This is one I know the guy. I know it's not a fraud campaign or anything like that. I know it's not some crazy, some wacko scheme. This is a real person with a real kid. He's a friend of the show, and I'm going to let people know, just if you have the ability. I know it's Christmas time. I know funds can be very thin. I really do. But I've just made my donation. I made $1,000 donation. And look, that's a family that can use help. If you have anything to spare, it would be appreciated. If you don't, please don't feel obligated. But I needed to make it. It's been a long time since we talked about it. And there, he has not asked me to do this. He has not asked me to talk about it or anything like that. But there's ongoing need there. And so with that, I like to help people out when I can. And he has been great to me. Again, he's the guy who did my outro song. I didn't ask him to ever do the outro song. It's just something he did. And it turns out to be one of my favorite songs. Like, unironically, I think it's just a great piece of music. So there you go. That's my plug. My Room Records, Ben Dial, his little girl Lene Grace, and growing up in a hospital is a hard road for a kid. That's what I got. Pin the link. Yeah, I'll pin the link right now. Actually, There you go. Oh, and by the way, to that piece of trash in the chat calling people fascists or whatever. Yeah. Guess what? Guess what? This quote unquote fascist audience has funded more and more diverse causes than you will ever dream of funding in your entire pathetic life. That's what they've done. Just because. But you go ahead with your little thing. Have fun with that. So anyway, that's that. All right. Back to the super chats now, right? Oh boy. Mike Likes Tacos says, need to get grandma out of California nursing home. They want to wait till Monday because of staff after we wanted to get her. Is there a type of law dog to talk to before we just go pick her up? Cops might side with business coof outbreak in there. In California, I don't know how you do it, man. I really don't know. I would refer you to, I've got 2 California lawyer contacts who might be interested in helping. But I don't know if they can. I really don't. C. Goody says, I'm still a bit miffed that you call yourself a libertarian and haven't read Hans Hermann Hoppe. How dare you? He's the only base libertarian around. Listen, I don't need someone else's help to tell me about freedom. But I'm glad that there are other people out there telling other people about freedom. Michael May says, so I quote, don't want to know why she's judged mommy. Say no more. Absolutely heartsick about Potter. Yeah, the Potter decision, it's wrong on the law. Whether you like Potter or not is irrelevant. It's wrong on the law. And that's really the trick. That's really the trick. It's not about Potter. Look, when police do bad things and they and they get prosecuted, they get prosecuted. Potter didn't intend to do the bad thing, and that doesn't matter, except that it doesn't rise to criminal liability without the intentional acts. It just doesn't. So injustice was done here. Next, let's get these super chats. I gotta hurry up. Mark Sermon, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really do. Angry Baneling says your Discord is degenerate AF. I love it. Lol. Yeah, buddy. Thank you. You can access my Discord at recadalaw.locals.com. Curtis, message retracted, but thank you for the donation. Andrew Clark says, could Potter's outcome have the effect of making policing reckless by default? Seems to be the only way you can argue it was a just outcome. Yes, literally yes. The idea is that police carry guns and tasers, therefore drawing a gun is automatically reckless. So you better have justification. And why on earth would you ever draw a taser? I don't know. Deathwish says, can you shout out Medicare streaming tomorrow? Medicare streaming tomorrow! Yes. There you go. Medicare will have a stream tomorrow. If you guys don't know who Mr. Medicare is, the weatherman, the consummate linguist on YouTube, the man with his finger on the pulse of society and its progression. Check him out. He's been on the show a couple times before, and Medicare, he's always been ever the gentleman to me, even though he clipped me out of context and suggested I pissed in my pants. Even though he did that. Jim, I don't hold it against you because the cancer AIDS holds it against you enough. And I pray for your health all the time, buddy, legitimately. So get better. Andrew Clark says yes. No, but yeah. Not just police issue, by the way. Pedal confusion is suddenly a crime. It's a criminal act now. Mistakes are now criminal under the prosecution's theory. Will they prosecute everyone that way? No. They're going to reserve it for Kim Potter, probably. But the idea that they could prosecute anybody that way, you intend to hit the brake, but you hit the gas, you hit the brake and you slide. That's negligent, by the way. You hit the brake and you slide through an intersection. Suddenly that's no longer negligent. That's now reckless. Oh, you consciously disregarded the risk by sliding. You should have known that it was possible to slide, and by hitting the brake, you could have slid. Therefore, you consciously disregarded the risk. That's what they just argued. It's insane if you take it out of the context of Kim Potter and put it in the context of anything else. That's what you get. New dislike button says, I see resignation skyrocketing. I see murder and mayhem going up. They have been. They call me Mystic Mac because I predict these things. They deserve what happens next. Capricious Tyrant says, in case there's no Christmas Eve stream, Merry Christmas to you and yours, and thanks for all your hard work. Love the education laughs. Hey, thank you, Capricious Tyrant. Peter Pete says, it's a good day. I like you, Nick, but she did take his life. He was a POS, but he didn't need to die. No, I agree. But she also doesn't need to go to prison for it. Civil liability is the appropriate answer. Her being fired. Her being removed from the... By a cop who shoots somebody by mistake should not be a cop anymore. She should be removed. Her being off the force is good. Her being civilly liable is good. Her being criminally liable is not what the law says. That's the idea. Chris in 09 says, what do you think about Kim smiling in the mugshot? Mental break? What's she supposed to do at this point? She's most likely going into prison for 7 years. She's been convicted. Smiling in the mugshot? I don't know. Doesn't bother me. Clumsy Clairvoyant says, I was emotional when I saw Earl Grey hugging her today. I really feel like he cares. I think he does. I think he's a good defense attorney. P. Fuss says, can we get back to a good place and relive the Kyle verdict? Chardon88 says, that's why I'm excited to cover the Texas verdict, because I don't care if the Millers, I doubt it. I don't care if they go to prison or not. That'll be an interesting case. Same thing with like Chad Reed and Kyle Kareth. I don't know when that'll go to trial, but I would love to cover that because I don't give a shit if Kyle Kareth goes to prison. If he goes to prison, I go, well, there you go. That's the extent of self-defense law in Texas. He can't do what he did. He goes to prison, because I'm not actually happy that he killed Chad Reed at all. I wish Chad Reed were alive today. I'm indifferent. I'm just saying, Texas has a unique ability to produce amazing testimony. And that's what I'm looking for in both of those cases. You think all those, I doubt it, and take your swing, back off. You think that's unique to those guys? Oh, no. If they got 45 witnesses, you're going to hear 45 different Texas accents from Abilene. It'll be fucking great. Chardon88 says, Candace Owens versus Megan McCain on Twitter right now. Glorious. Brady says, I hope Minneapolis PD resign en masse. These people deserve it. Good luck with future recruitment, though. New dislike button says, bought Necromunda hired gun. Takes place in Warhammer 40K universe. I like learning lore. Any recommendations where to start for Warhammer? I don't have a PC, so no games. Necromunda hired gun was, I wasn't the biggest fan of the game itself. It just never grabbed me, but I know a lot of people liked it. So, and I'm glad they do. It's a well-produced game. It just, for some reason, I'm also bad at shooters. So that didn't help. If you want to get started on Warhammer lore, Lutein09 on YouTube. Lutein. Lutein 09 is great. Major Kill's great, but I feel like for Major Kill, you need to know a little bit about the lore to get all of the memeing and jokes that he does. But once you do, Major Kill's fantastic. Arch used to be Arch Warhammer. He's now Arch. Another great lore channel. You got Commodore. What's his name? I can't think of his name. You got Baltimore, 40K Theories. You've got Wolf Lord Rowe. You've got Commissar Gamza. Commissar Gamza, thank you. All these guys, any of them, you're going to find lots of different lore on 40K. There's so much to cover. There's also a 40K wiki, and just reading articles on that'll make you laugh a lot. But what I love is the books. I have tons of the books, and I enjoy the shit out of any of them that I've read. I'm way behind. I may be up to 100 unread books at this point, but that's okay. But yeah, any of the people that I mentioned, the 40K wiki, all of them are great. Need Arch on again. He was funny. Yes, I do need Arch on in a time when my internet won't go to shit. What a waste. A Border Prince. Yeah, a Border Prince is another great one. He's been on the show before to discuss lore. Great stuff. Robert Wilson says, I want to give you an eye that has been blackened, and afterward, I love to give you a nice tug until you climax while you cry. Is that from the Jack Murphy thing? Or is that from something else? Really now says your face to Good Logic and his choice of name for his football team was priceless. This dude, by the way, that stream was monetized, I believe. Oh, wait, no, that was today's. I don't know if that was actually monetized yet. Let's see. That one's still in review. The previous 2 days, which were as degenerate, were monetized, which is insane. Have I read Crime and Punishment? No, I do not make a habit of reading Dostoevsky. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. Oh, shit. We got a couple of these. Diffuse says, do you only answer $20 super chats? I answer them first, and then I go through the rest later, which I'm doing the rest of them now. He says, Diffuse says, since the judges don't do their jobs and explain the law to the jury and let the jury decide what the law is, why don't defense get law scholar or professor to come in and explain the law as written as expert witness? So here's what happened in the Kim Potter trial. The prosecution made their closing argument. The defense made their rebuttal and made statements about what the law was based on the closing argument of the prosecution. Then they didn't make their rebuttal. They made their close. Then the prosecution got their rebuttal, which is supposed to be a short statement responding to the defense's closing argument. Instead, they got a whole nother closing argument with misstatements of the law that they don't get to respond to because the defense doesn't get to rebut the rebuttal. That's the problem. So why don't they get a law scholar in there? Because one, law scholars are garbage people. Like, not really. They're just uncharismatic. They're uninteresting 99% of the time. So that's a problem. But two, and you don't get to call witnesses in to do your closing argument for you. So you'd have to, the person doing the closing argument has to do it. But two, they didn't know they would need it. The state improperly did that closing argument. The way they did it was wrong. And so with that, I mean, how do you do it? You can't counter that. They objected and the judge said no. Zero Signal Zen says, just match Nick's donation. Get on it, chat. Holy shit. You did? You did. Damn. Look at this, guys. Look at that. We're at $38,595. That is awesome. That is amazing. Thank you so much for doing that. That's really cool. You had no need to do that. But thank you. And Mandy Karavichus says, Nick, my ex-boyfriend, played 40K. I painted his entire army of orcs for him, and he won some local trophies for best painted. If you want it, I could probably paint yours if you bought one. All I ask is for recognition. Mandy, I will never have time to play 40K. For me, the painting is the hobby. The reading and the painting is the hobby. Playing is, I've played a couple rounds of Kill Team. Those are just little like 5-member squads. Painting is the hobby. I very much appreciate the gesture. I won't have time to play ever. Gingerfinger says, could fill the time with Jessica Yaniv. I hear she's a vexatious litigant. Smokin says, I never give $5. I'm lucky. And 8 hours a day, have an earbud in. Always love law and love what you do, man. Get some sleep one day, you crazy prick. Hey, thank you, Smokin. I appreciate your contribution. Brian Tracer says, drink. Had enough, I think. But we'll drink this delicious soda. Says Fluffer Boy, Minnesota is too far gone. We will organize a reverse underground railroad to guide your family to Texas. Run away from the drinking gourd and look for the InfoWars bumper stickers. Bring Runkle. Diffuse says, you explained the law as written very well. Didn't Rittenhouse judge do the same thing? Kind of. He did okay. Leave the law interpretation up to the jury. Seems like once the judge indicates that is going to be the case, it should be explained like that. Yeah. One of the big criticisms in the Rittenhouse trial was that neither side, prosecution nor defense, neither of them told them how to read the jury instructions. The judge proclaimed it, and then luckily for the defense, the prosecution didn't frame the jury instructions, but the defense should have. Danny Sherrill says, my relative was jumped by 3 people and she was forced to defend herself with a knife. On trial, facing felony assault with great bodily harm and assault with a deadly weapon. The American justice system. Amazing. Amazing. Hopefully everything turns out okay. Das Geist says, if you can get with Brandon Herrera, a.k.a. the AK guy, or Cody Garrett, a.k.a. Donut Operator. Look, I've actually made contact with Brandon Herrera. Would love to have him on a show. Now that this trial's over, may be able to schedule something. We'll see if we can work it out. Gingerfinger says, answer me before I watch Drex. Interior Urban Mining says, Kim Potter is innocent. That was the weakest prosecution imaginable. Consequence, who would ever want to be a police officer in this country? Mob rule perverted the jury. Craig Rowe Jr. says, did you watch the Wright family video on TikTok video from Fox 9? I did not. Tony Neve says, hey, Nick, just wanted to get this in because I noticed it. R.E. the Miller shooting. The article says the wife says they left and came back. R.E. kids are safe. I thought they said that they took the kids away, but that Howard, the dead guy, he stayed there. Sketchum says, I'll be spending Christmas with you. We can have some drinks and have fun. I honestly appreciate it, pal. Hey, that's why I do it, Sketch. Brian Tracer says, love you, man. No homo. Malik Fox says, too bad the power supply died on my computer. The good. My brother was going to surprise me with a new rig for Christmas. I've got the best brother. Mystery Beard says, YOLO Box Pro for mobile streaming. The hell's a YOLO Box Pro? What even is this? Fuck is this thing? Pro multi-camera encoder streamer switcher monitor recorder. Streamer. Holy shit. What is this? Never even seen this. Is this a fucking computer? Can simultaneously broadcast up to 3 video streams via Wi-Fi, RJ45 Ethernet, or 4G LTE with a separately available SIM card and subscription. 8-inch LCD touchscreen display. A lot of video sources. That's crazy, man. I'll have to check it out. I'll look at it more. Never heard of it. Jiffy the Magic Elf says, I'm tired and don't care about the main topic. So, random question. What, in your opinion, is the worst whiskey you've had the misfortune of putting inside you? Either America Bourbon or Fuyu. and the basic bitch Fuyu. I hear they have a nice Fuyu. Those two are the worst. The worst. Robert Wilson says, how many fingers do you like up there, Nick? Because we plan on starting slow. Look, work me all the way up to 4, baby. Indiana Jones says, statute of limitations on a company that knowingly lies to you in order to rob you. Probably 4 to 6 years. It's going to depend on the state. You think TX whiskey is the worst you've had? I've had way worse than TX. Street Racer says, gossip alert last Sunday on Civil got drunk as fuck and had to leave the stream. There you go. There you go. Oh, shit. What's going on in the chat? I look over at the chat every time something's going on. Something crazy's happening. Let's see. Great US says something else is going on with your bald stripe. Maybe genetics. Been wearing headphones since 2014, and only when I saw your stripe did I panic. I do put a folded up napkin between the band and the hair due to oil and was being absorbed by the headphone cushion. Now I'm paranoid I'll look like Nick. Look, I've never noticed it until I started wearing these HyperX headphones for like 8-9 hours at a time. When I wore them for like 3 hours, I didn't get it. But it could be the headphone. I don't know. Great US says, FYI, Don Lemon is going to trial in January, but it's federal case. Yeah. Great US says, jury picker for OJ case equals sucked. Source, Robert Barnes. Great US says, Lynn Wood for your reading pleasure. And you're correct about Richard. Sounds like Richard's finally discovered water in trial prep for modern times. Infernal Iris says, I'm not a fan of stuffing and dressing either. Just inject enough butter into that bird to give me 5 heart attacks and I'm good. Yeah. Yeah. Butter and turkey is fucking great. I love rubbing butter all over the outside of the turkey. Bromcosta says, Republican angst is no different from liberal angst. Why are you guys promoting the difference? Live and let live. Radio Ruin says, totally not mad. Debbie Tom says, I'm allowing this verdict to consume me. I'm a cop's kid and I feel devastated by this. Advice to let go of these things I have no control over. Any word from Minnesota police and their feelings? Yes, I read the words from Minnesota police. I didn't answer the first part of your subsequent chat. Here's the deal. You can only control what you can control. You can only focus on you for improvement and fulfillment. Okay? So Kim Potter's trial is indicative of how you behave going forward. And you can feel bad for Kim, but Kim is not you. Kim is not your family. Kim is not your loved ones. Kim is not your friends. So your family, loved one, and friends, you have influence over them. Influence them positively, encourage them, and build yourself up and build them up. That's what you can do. That's it. Other than that, feel bad for Kim, feel bad for Justice, but they're not you, and they're not the people around you. The people who are close to Kim, I mean, they have a different analysis there, but you don't. Okay. Robert Wilson says 2 fingers slowly while someone else gets him off. Mental Defect says, I enjoy your take on things uncivil. Keep it up. Jennifer Gunther says, ugh, I'm drunk. I messed that super chat up. Family here. Kimberly Campbell says, I personally think that Kim Potter was found guilty because of mob rule. Am I wrong? We don't know why she was found guilty. It could have been the prosecution's case. Could have been a bad move on the defense. Could have been the mob. Could have been woke jury. Don't know. Vapor Trollman says your Richards impression regarding meeting Kyle at the dumpster is the hardest I've laughed in like a year. Streams are so entertaining and informative. Thanks. Hey, thank you. Thank you for watching. JM says, if you forget the extremists, the ACLU was always completely absent on any issue politically right. Where they are now was a short trip. Unknown says, take your swing. Uriah Wright says, Nick, if I ever start a video game, I want you to voice a character. Well, you know where to find me. Shane Keenan says, see, the right needs to speak on urban issues, which Trump has forced. Long term, this world is becoming more urban. Might as well be on top of it. Yeetwood Mac. It's a great name. Says, enjoying the holidays with my family at home. I can't help but think about Kim terrified in a cell, the anxiety she must be feeling her first night. Mike D says, Merry Christmas, Nick. I'd like to thank Rittenhouse and Viva for bringing me to your channel. Since then, I've watched an absurd amount of you daily because your day stream and night stream line up with my 2 shifts. Thanks for keeping me entertained. You're the man. Hey, Mike, Merry Christmas, buddy. I hope only to replace all of your other entertainment entirely. That's only my very minor goal. Let's see. 360 TKD says, I'm not sure if you previously discussed this, but what is your opinion on why Kim was smiling in her photograph after sentencing? I have no idea. No idea. Debbie Tom says, feeling devastated by this verdict. Read that one. Official Rogue Ent says, Merry Christmas, Nick. Great work on the trial coverage. I followed them all thanks to you. Black conservatives shouted you out about your Potter coverage. Cool. Cool. America Float says, ahoy, Ricada and company. Please check Odyssey chats. I did. I just did. I know you sent this like a long time ago, but I did. Tall Skinny Geek says, alternatives to self-defense. Well, before we saw the 6,000 hours of video, we thought we might be able to deny anyone died. The alternative to self-defense is leave. If you can, please leave. Please leave. I know you've got the gun and you have the rights. Please leave for your and your family's sake. Because right now, the government wants to destroy you. The prosecutors will relish in destroying you. And the media and the populace and your job and every job you want to apply to, they will relish in your destruction. Please just leave. Potentially criminal says, Ohio attorney here. The burden of proof was shifted back to the prosecutor under the state statutes a while ago. Oh, thank you, potentially criminal, for clearing that up. Very much appreciated. Potbelly Punch says, I got served small claims for a payday loan I've never heard of and isn't on my credit. Previously had credit fraud in 2018. How does this happen? Filed a response contesting the claim. That's what you got to do. Defu says, $80 is my limit tonight. Great job and your streams are great. Learning tons. Learned critical thinking from Logic 101 in college. Computer programming, if-then logic. By the way, Blood Angels rule my main army. Nerfed lately. Oh, well, is it because the Furioso Dreadnoughts were fucking unstoppable? Murder. Just melee murder machines. Woo! I love them. Blood Angels are cool, man. Very cool. Jennifer Gunther, thank you so much. Darth Crypto says, except Richards knows Kyle did raise the rifle. You say that, man. I actually don't. I don't know if I see that, even in the cleared up video. Marco Vital says, Nick, can you sing I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle. Down here is my spout. When I get all steamed up, hear me shout. Never mind. Adam Anderson says, I'm too scared to cook prime rib in an instant. If you do and it works, please share the results, Kurt. Me too, man. That's an expensive piece of meat for that. Tom Farrell says, I just got notice for jury duty in Kenosha. I think it may be for Zeminski. I am biased. Would I be dismissed? Can they find 12 who are not biased? I don't know. Just answer the questions honestly, man. That's all I can say. Bogey34 says your response to Albino Husky sounds like good logic's father. Great logic. Pause the Chan says, following your channel since Rittenhouse, learned a lot from you since then and wish you a wonderful Christmas. Cheers. You too. Pride or Honesty says, Kurt left faster than Kyle quadruple tapped Rosenbaum. Hell Warden What says, will Potter be top or bottom bunk? Sir Marha says, check out Eric Singer on YouTube. He's a dialect coach for movies and knows nearly everything about accents. Got me interested in linguistics. Brendan Coleman says, an absolute majority is not the same as the rule of law. No matter how many people tell you otherwise, cereal is a soup. Happy says BLM targeted judge's home during jury selection. D-Car says, listening to Ty yesterday about veterans getting the help they need. My husband served 3 tours in Vietnam, was sprayed with Agent Orange, leading to diabetes. Took 3 years to prove it. Sad, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, the VA. Blood is on the hands of the VA. Really, really big man, Short Bus Dave says, cereal is a gazpacho, just like the ocean. Ocean is some water, salt, veggies, and meat. Yeah. Z Green says, AK guy recommended you during Rittenhouse trial, and I've been stuck on you every day since. Thank you for the legal insights and witty humor. Merry Christmas, my friend. Hey, Merry Christmas to you, Z Green. Jacob Lander says, I left the U.S. Attorney's Office because of the politics, and you and your channel reminded me I love law. I hope to practice someday because of you guys. Thank you so much for all of your excellent work. Jacob, thank you. Go get it, buddy. Patrick says, Rittenhouse trial showed me I need concealed carry insurance for the just in case. We pay insurance for everything else, so why not that too? Corey Boatwright says, Richards wanted to avoid OJ's jury consultant for appearances, but considered someone from Terry other effing Oklahoma City Bomber Nichols team. Barry Cream, yes, please. Says, question, what's your preferred website for looking up court cases? Curious about Ethan Crumbley and his parents. It depends on the jurisdiction. If it's federal, I go to Pacer directly. Ethan Crumbley's parents are going to be in Michigan. I don't know how to look up Michigan courts. I know a couple Michigan attorneys that might be able to help me get documents, but that's about it. I don't know how to do Michigan court lookup. There might be a public website. I haven't looked it up. Some degree of sundown says you may be interested that linguistic anthropologists research speech/sounds, how people make them, have a technical vocabulary to discuss it. Cool. Kyle Bogue says, I could listen to all these cops' emails for hours. This would make a great sake. Merry Christmas from Rosemount. We have amazing LEOs here. Rosemount, huh? I was just there. I was at the meeting place in Rosemount just the other day. My parents used to live right on the border of Apple Valley and Rosemount. I've reffed and played soccer over there as well. James Hunsinger says, is there an equivalent doctor verdict, i.e. doctor mistake resulting in a patient death getting a guilty verdict? Yeah, sure. There are doctors who have been charged and convicted. There are drivers who have been charged and convicted even though they claim pedal mistake. Not every mistake is actually true, right? Not every mistake is true. Not every mistake is provable, and the jury doesn't believe every mistake. In Kim Potter's trial, they didn't have any evidence to contradict her claim of mistake. The only thing they could do is just simply not believe her, which is possible. Ryan, the editor, says, can you give me a quick 3/4 mug shot with the face, please? Like what? Like this? Is that what you wanted? I don't know. Mike says, hey, Nick sent you a DM on Discord regarding that prayer request from last night. God provides. I saw it, buddy. That's such encouraging news. It really is. And prayers that it will get even better. Meth Bear says, I remember when I was a kid, sweepstakes and contests nobody won would often have St. Cloud addresses. Does Minnesota law let runners keep them prizes? I have no idea. P. Henry, thanks for donation. Rob Price says, just think back to the late 1800s and until the late 1940s, inmates in the maritime provinces in California were fed lobster as it was considered cheap food. Yeah, there's a lot of things that have gone from cheap to gourmet. Brisket was the worst cut of meat Brisket was the cheapest garbage cut of meat. Now it's the most popular meat in Texas because everybody bought it and learned how to cook it slow. Arnie Haywood says, ask your doctor about Veritol today. Gabe the Dizzle says, Nick, it's your Jewish grandmother. You never write. You never write. You never call. You should take a look at the University of Washington Law School website. # Seattle's dying. And by the way, call. I might not be here forever. I'm going to die soon. And you're not going to call. You're not going to write. You're not going to do anything. Will you even care? I don't know. I'm just going to die alone. I don't have a Jewish grandmother, though. None of my grandmothers were Jewish. But one of my grandmothers did act like that. She's very much a guilter. It was great. Really now says, if Mommy Judge watched this stream, would she be appalled? Or, oh no, I would love it. It's wonderful. It's a great stream. Really, truly the best stream you could find. And your objection is sustained. J.K. Wynn says, at the store today, and when I was walking in, a cop was walking, held the door for him. He said, thank you, yet seemed down. I thanked him. His pride of job seemed gone. Eric the Red says, my wife has brain cancer. A host in Jiminy Glick voice. I don't know how to do a Jiminy Glick laugh, but I think it's something like that. Kurokaze ZX says, will the real Lick Nikita Raw please stand up? Yes, Raw, please. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where am I? Holy shiza. Sarsarin's Dave Fern says, thank you for the sanity through lonely holidays. Heart. Thank you. Thank you. Chad Lane says, hey, Nick, I just finished Ender's Game. You think the sequels are worth reading? Could have swore I remember you saying you read them before on an old stream. Look. Yes, all of them. All of them are worth reading. But for me, for my money and my time, which is limited now, if you have a choice, read the Bean books. Starts with Ender's Shadow. Read those. The Ender's sequels, Xenophobia, the Hive Queen, and Speaker for the Dead. They're good. They're a little out there for me. The Shadow series is phenomenal. The Shadow series is great. If you have limited time, read the Shadow series. Ender Shadow, Shadow the Giant, Shadow the Hegemon, Shadow Puppets. I don't know the order. Shadows in Flight. And I just got the new one. I haven't read it yet. Fucking love those books. Chicken Nooble says, have you ever played any MMOs like WoW? I can get you a free key for Guild Wars 2. If you have any interest in trying it, let me know. Look, I played EverQuest a lot back in the day. Loved it. It was probably my favorite gaming experience. Had to stop so I could actually pass college. Then I played a little bit of Final Fantasy 11, and then I played a little bit of Final Fantasy 14. I played those with friends. Outside of my friend interactions, I wasn't big fans of either 11 or 14. I know a lot of people like both of them. You're great. But remember, I grew up playing MUDs and then switched to EverQuest because it was a fucking MUD with graphics, and it was really good at being a MUD with graphics. When they changed formulas for WoW and 11 and 14, and they were not MUDs with graphics anymore. I like that format that EverQuest had. What class was I on EverQuest? I was a bard, and I played on Salyasek Row, and then we moved to Aone Row. I was in the Rest in Peace Guild. It was a lot of fun. I started out as a necromancer, but I only got to like 53 or something, and then I played bard up until I played through Lukelin, and then when I quit just before Planes of Power came out. And don't laugh at bards. Bards were the absolute most fun class in EverQuest by a fucking long shot. The way they did them. the way they did Bards was like it was the most active and engaging gameplay I've ever had. So anyway, Necro was boss in EverQuest 1. Necros were great. Bards ended up, I mean, Bards were never super powerful solo. I mean, charm kiting was cool. I did a lot of charm kiting eventually, but just I had those boots that would fire the magician bolt. I PvP'd a paladin who was like 3 levels higher than me, and he got just wrecked because I had those fucking boots from the upgraded what was that dungeon in the fucking ogre swamp with the lizard men? They revamped the whole dungeon. They had these boots, Sorrow Song boots is what they were called. You could right click on them and they would launch a firebolt. It was a long cast time, but if you were a bard, you could cast while running. So I just kept running around Velkator's labyrinth, this fucking paladin chasing me, casting that and doing the fire dot, which lowered his resistances. He was pissed. He was pissed. He got ruined. Paladins were mean as shit in PvP. They could just last forever. Kazakh Thule. Yeah, Thule. There you go. Kazakh Thule. Thank you. EverQuest was such a fun fucking game. It was so good. Anyway. Jiffy the Magic Elf says an extra donation for that amazing SmackDown. A namer here sent a donation for $1. Thanks for being a good sport, a namer here. Holly Swaney says, sent you an email on December 11th. RE stuff from Kenosha. I have that nobody else has talked about. Make a great show with Joe and Nate. Waiting for your reply. Okay, Holly, I'll see. No promises. Clementine says, whites rise up. Okay, I guess. Not applicable says, kind of did need to die, though. He was pretty bad. VPB says, Kim Potter reaching over and pulling a wayward sticker off of Earl Grey's suit. Yes. After the verdict was read was peak carrying mom moment we needed to see after that miscarriage of justice. That was a really, really interesting moment. Do I play Fallout? Not really. I played Fallout 3 a little bit. I tried to play Fallout 4 and then got tired of it. Holy damn, look at this. Look at that. He passed his $40,000 goal. That's amazing. That's like $5,000. Holy. You guys are awesome. You guys are phenomenal. Oh, it's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Alan Rogers says, as a conservative extremist myself, do you really feel that accidentally shooting people shouldn't result in jail time? It depends on the nature of the accident. In Minnesota, and again, this is the law in Minnesota, to be guilty of first or second degree manslaughter or first degree manslaughter using the reckless discharge of a firearm, you have to create the risk. You have to be aware of the risk. And then you have to consciously disregard the risk. Those are the 3 elements required. So let's analyze it. Does Kim Potter create the risk? Yes. She draws a gun. Okay. She means to draw a taser with her left hand. She doesn't. She draws a gun with her right hand. She's created the risk. Next, you have to know about the risk. Does she know that she has a gun in her hand? To me, it doesn't look like it. To me, it looks like she believes she has a taser in her hand. She says, taser, taser, taser. She says, I'll tase you. I'll tase you. She says, oh shit, I shot him. I grabbed the wrong fucking gun. She breaks down and starts crying. And third, you have to consciously disregard the risk that you created. So she created the risk. She doesn't know about the risk. Can she consciously decide, say, I've got this gun. I know if I've got this gun on this guy and anything happens and this trigger gets pulled, he dies. I know that if a bullet comes out of this thing, death can occur. Does she know that? And then disregard and decide to pull the trigger anyway? Doesn't seem like it to me. To me, it looks like she creates the risk, of course, because her action is drawing the gun. But does she know she has a gun? I'll tase you. I'll tase you. Taser, taser, taser. Oh shit, I shot him. I grabbed the wrong fucking gun. Oh, my life's over. I'm going to jail. I didn't mean to shoot him. I'm so sorry. Unless you believe that that's a troll, and you might, that she's lying, that she's manufacturing that, then you have real problems with elements 2 and 3. If you can't get to elements 2 and 3, both first and second degree manslaughter don't apply. Does that mean that, oh, we can never prosecute someone for a mistake? No, people get prosecuted for mistakes all the time. It depends where the mistake is and what the mistake means. If she didn't have a taser and she pulled a gun and said, I'm going to threaten him with the gun, that'll fix him, and then the gun goes off. This is all of the case law in Minnesota about guns and recklessness. By the way, all of it is someone pulled a gun. They meant to pull the gun. They didn't mean to pull the trigger. That's only all of the case law says they meant to pull the gun, but they didn't mean to pull the trigger because they just wanted to scare the person or threaten them, keep them away, whatever it was. So all of them are different. The mistake is at the wrong spot. If Kim Potter didn't have a taser, pulled the gun, says, I'm going to scare this fucking kid into getting handcuffed, and then blam, oh shit, I shot him. I pulled the trigger. I didn't mean to. That is recklessness. Guilty, 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 guilty. Every single day. Mistake does not help you there. But if you don't know that you have a gun and you're going to pull the trigger because it's a taser in your mind, remember, when she pulls that trigger, 2 probes are going to come out and go into that guy. That's her intention. That's her mindset. Doesn't happen. Instead, a bullet comes out and kills him. That's the difference. That's the difference. That and that difference is literally everything in the world. It's everything in the world. Think of it this way. Put it in the car analogy. The car analogy is, let's say, pedal confusion. Okay? You're coming up to a stoplight. It turns yellow. You think it's going to turn red before you hit the intersection, but you stomp on the gas. You're like, I'm going to get through. You don't make it through. Bam. You hit a car, kill a family. Reckless. Now let's do the other thing. You're coming up to a light. It turns yellow. You don't think you're going to make it into the intersection. You go to stomp on the gas, but your brain fucks up and you stomp, or you go to stomp on the brake. Sorry, your brain fucks up and you stomp on the gas. Why am I accelerating? Bam, hit a family. Not criminal. That's it. That's the difference. Did you mean to step on the gas? That's where the mistake occurs. Now, if you meant to step on the gas, but you realized you weren't going to make it, and then you tried to mitigate, and you bust into a family, you're like, I can step on this gas. I can make it. Oh, shit, no, I can't. Run over a kid. Guilty. You meant to step on the gas. You meant to do the thing. You meant to do the action. You were aware of the risk and you disregarded it. The other one, you were aware of the risk and you tried to regard it, but you failed. Your foot, even if it's not pedal confusion, you tried to step on the gas, but your foot slips off, or the brake, and your foot slips off and you hit the gas. That's happened to me. I haven't hit anybody, but your foot slips off the edge of the gas or the brake pedal and hit the gas. Whoa, pulled my foot off and hit the brake again, right? If that happens, now you have to argue this out. The jury has to believe you. All of that shit. Yes, yes, yes. Practical matters aside, the legal theory is those two things are two different things. One is negligent. That's where you accidentally hit the gas. and one is criminal, that's where you hit the gas on purpose. It's the same thing, same outcome. Kim Potter tried to hit the brake. She tried to hit the brake. She tried to do a less use of force than was necessary. She said, I don't want to kill this guy. Taser. Except she hit the gas and she did kill the guy. I hope that helps. That's what happened. But so does the accidentally shooting people shouldn't result in jail time? It depends. If someone goes out and it's like blam, 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 and bullets just land and hit people because they were careless, sure. You pulled a gun, you pulled the trigger, you intended to pull the trigger, you intended to fire, you just didn't intend to hit anyone. Those crimes are prosecuted all the time. Those people go to jail. They should. They consciously created a risk. They disregarded the risk and someone got hurt. Put them in prison. I don't care. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, if you want, Nick, I can send you Harlequin pics, frame them and put them on your wall so your Marines will know what real warriors look like. Don't even. Steven says, Nick, your bias towards Kim Potter is a bit too infectious, I think. If accidentally killing someone on body cam with Potter admitting I'm going to prison, then nothing is manslaughter. No, it isn't, though. That's the thing. Her opinion about her going to prison, lots of people think, reverse it. Reverse that. Take this and go. Potter shoots him, says, I'm not going to prison. Oh, so she's not guilty now? Shot that guy, not going to prison, though. That's not guilty? A post facto statement does not make guilt. If you ever need to check your hypothesis, just reverse it. Just do that. It's a simple task. If she had said the opposite, it would have no impact on her guilt or innocence. Because under the theory you just espoused, if she said, I'm not going to prison, well, then she's not guilty. That doesn't make any sense either, does it? Like, that's not the determination of her guilt. The determination of her guilt is what she did at the time. And under the law, I know it's a weird quirk of the law and it feels really awkward. But guys, tons of people kill people and never go to prison for killing people. Tons of people. Doctors, all the time. They make a mistake. They make an action error. They have no intent to cause harm. Something went wrong. Wrong vial of medicine. Too much anesthesia. But they couldn't have known because the person lied about their weight or something. You know, any number of things could happen. Any number of things. They lied about an allergy and died. What? I use latex gloves. I didn't know. I didn't know. Well, you should have known. There's a risk to using latex gloves. You put those gloves on, you take a risk, but it's like, no, we have an alternative glove. What if someone stuffs latex gloves in the neoprene glove box, right? That doctor's like, I'm reaching for these neoprene gloves, puts them on, they're latex, operates on someone, they die from a latex allergy. Manslaughter? It's a mistake. What if someone they have the two boxes right next to each other. Someone swaps them, put them in the wrong thing. A friend of mine inventories operating rooms, right? And so they have all these different shelves and each shelf has different units. What if they grab the wrong thing because the person inventorying it put it in the wrong shelf? Looks the same as the thing next to it, but it's the wrong tool. So they grab the wrong thing because it's in the next slot over. Manslaughter? Because that's what the Kim Potter verdict is. She grabbed the wrong tool. She thought she was grabbing the right tool, but she didn't. So anyway, that's the thing. And for everybody who says she needed punishment, yeah, of course. She was negligent. She's negligent. She needs the punishment. Civil liability is how you approach negligence. Criminal liability for recklessness. She doesn't rise to recklessness. Specific Ocean, do you really want me to toast your mom in Mommy Chew voice? I mean, I can. That just seems a little bit. I don't want to be disrespectful. That's all. Absolutely. Okay. Specific Ocean. I hear your mother just passed away from pancreatic cancer. And I know it was kind of a shock and jarring to you, but here's a cheers. May your mother's memory live on in your minds, and may the memory be stronger than the memories of anything negative or harmful or hurtful. The memories of positivity, the memories of love and nurture that she engendered in you, I hope those go on for a long time, okay? Thank you. Cheers. Okay. Mandy Karavich says, what if I made a Richard's hand puppet for your impressions? If you want. Mr. Bentham says, Richards, number 15, Your Honor. Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, Your Honor. Vapor Trollman says, your Richards impression regarding meeting Kyle at the dumpster. Oh, read that one. Damn. Casey Anderson says, my pure speculation is the jury saw the sentence minimum probation. I think they thought she's guilty of something. Thinking Christmas time trial is a double-edged sword too. There's actually not a minimum sentence of probation for this crime. The minimum sentence is like 4 years. Jamie Moodley says, please re-upload the Ray streams. Merry Christmas. Oh, were they over on the archive channel that got deleted? I can release them. I still have them on the main channel. I'm going to have to start doing that. Cerberus says, it's time to end this debate once and for all. Cereal is a casserole and everyone knows it. I think only when the milk is curdled. Air Chunk says, Merry Christmas, you filthy animal, and a Happy New Year. Red Blood 3 says, hey, Ricada, why wasn't the defense allowed to use Dante's criminal history? I feel the jury would have changed their mind if they found out he almost killed someone, shot 2 others, and he robbed. Well, that's why. Because it might change a jury's mind, and that changing might be improper. Right? The question wasn't whether Dante Wright was a piece of shit. The question was whether Kim Potter's actions rise to the level of recklessness. Now, I say no on that second question, but the jury said yes. And him being a scumbag doesn't give her license to kill him recklessly. It just doesn't. So that's why I thought they kind of opened the door. They used a lot of character evidence for Dante, but in Minnesota, it's called spark of life evidence. And apparently it's not the character, even though it literally fucking is the character. It's entirely prejudicial. It has no probative value. So you should be able to impeach it, but you can't because Minnesota is communist. So really now says my 2 mains were a Necro and Zabard, Z-A-Bard, Zabard. Necro and Bard, 2-box combo. I had a guildmate who he 3-box. He played a Necro Bard Cleric combo. He was fucking monster, a monster. He never ran out of mana, never ran out of health. Just absolutely destroying shit. He was good stuff. But yeah, Necro and Bard, again, great combo. Great combo. Chad Hibbs says, up early getting the smoker going for Christmas Eve brunch. Still feel depressed that Kim Potter's in prison. Merry Christmas to you and your family, Ricada. Oh, my mom's doing a Cajun shrimp boil. Yeah! I'm pumped for Christmas Eve. Pumped for Christmas Eve. Woo! Crusader Saracen says, jury, guilty. Potter, no you. Judge, damn. Got him. And then Catherine Savercool says, everyone saying the Potter verdict was right should agree to be judged by the same standards in their personal lives. That's just, I just think people don't understand The difference between negligence and recklessness. And it's a short trip, right? From negligence to recklessness is a short trip. And we all go, something bad happened, someone fucked up, and someone died. We want something to compensate that. That's normal. That's natural. Unfortunately, the law doesn't cover all of those in the criminal area. You have to go to a civil remedy for some of them. But I get it. I get the idea. We're talking about hyper-specific distinctions in law. In most cases, don't ride this fence. Corrections 101 says, everyone give money to Potter's books and send positive mail. All of us in law enforcement want out of this profession at this point. I have many apps out for the private sector. We are done. Well, corrections, if I ever get a bunch of death threats, I'll call you up and maybe hire you. There you go. But I don't know what these guys are going to do. I really don't. I don't know how to remedy it or anything like that. So, all right, that's the show. Yes, I will be on Twitch for a little bit, probably just playing some video games and chilling. Been trying to get some time to play my druid over there and just enjoy that on Diablo 2. The reason I say probably just playing video games, a movie takes a specific amount of investment, and I don't know that I got it tonight on time or on attention, but I do want to do Twitch, so I'll be there. If you want to join me, hang out and chat, come do that. I'll catch you in a little bit. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow night, guys. And if I don't see you, Merry Christmas. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some Lost Laning tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lovebrug. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, cause we hear Lost Laning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, cause we hear Lost Laning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed,